Hey all friends, another Monsters and Memory stream today. I'm just logging in, I think, yeah. I might, depending how long we go, I might try out a couple of characters. A warrior at the moment, who's level 5, and it's alright, you know. It's it's kind of one of those classes, I think, that will probably still get quite a lot of work. It's kind of, I think I said it on the stream the other day, but it's kind of like, oh, I should set all this crap for now, can't be bothered. There are some classes that kind of feel a bit stuck in between Warcraft and EverQuest, and they're not quite either, really. It's like, when I think about the warrior in EverQuest, classic EverQuest on P99, for example, on the face of it, it seems pretty basic, but under the hood, as it were, there's quite a lot going on. Whereas this guy at the moment, he's kind of got some, I'm not quite sure what the EverQuesty bit is. He's got some like Warcraft, classic WoW kind of abilities. Hey Jess, how you doing? Jessie? Yeah. I quite enjoy it. I mean, I've found myself over the last year or two, like when I played MMOs, I found myself kind of orientating towards different classes. I've always quite liked the idea of like a tanky class, but like one, they're not particularly good at, from how I play most of the time, and two, if you do get in a group, they seem like quite a high responsibility class. But yeah, I've been reading rereading. I don't know what time. I don't know how many times I've reread them, but I've been rereading the David Gemmell books. And whenever I read a book, I kind of think, oh, it'd be quite good to try and emulate a character in game, like Druss. But I don't really think you could probably emulate Druss in a game. I guess you could pick a human and, you know, use a two-handed axe and whatnot. But I just kind of feel like a warrior should be like a real, like really hard to kill, like even in an MMO, you know. I think in EverQuest they kind of get to that point, but it takes like 53 levels to get to that point, and that's quite a long time. I kind of feel that something like a fighter or whatever, if it's just a fighter and there's no magic and that's all it does, it should be like amazing at that, and it should feel distinctive from other classes, like even at low levels. But it doesn't really at the moment. But you know, I mean, the cleric and paladin I played feel better than this from a, you know. Yeah, I always wanted to create a character that was a bit like Elric, but because he's such a distinctive looking character, like unless you can actually find a game that's got a game that you like that's got the right, you know. Uh, I need to. I did ground transfers. First time I've done it in this game. Ground transfer some cloth. I need to make some bandages for the for this dude. Bind wound in the game seems pretty decent. Like it goes up pretty quickly, and it tells you how much each bandage heals you for. So yeah, you know, you can kind of see what's going on. Basically, it gives you all the information. There's a weird thing about the charge where sometimes you charge, and I guess it's a sync problem or maybe a network issue. There still seems to be some network issues. Like you charge and you stop. I don't know. You stop about 10 feet from the mob sometimes, which is a bit odd. Yeah, it's difficult to say at the moment how. I mean, obviously, apart from visuals and the lore, I'm not quite sure how. And there seems to be a load of like a quest craft. Sorry, there seems to be a load of crafting to to do, and lots of other horizontal kind of progression. Yeah, it's I think I've said it before, but I just find that indie MMOs kind of seem pretty confused, and I'm not sure if it's because there's a group of people developing them who all like different games, and so you get kind of different bits from different games, and so people may come in expecting EverQuest, but you kind of get quite a lot of WoW and that kind of thing. I mean, pretty much for 50 levels. Like if you play a warrior in EverQuest, you don't really, apart from kick and taunt, you don't really have any other abilities and stuff. There's just a lot going on under the hood. Or maybe you're lucky enough to have some like magic items that or something that procs or something or whatever. But in this game, it's kind of like feels like a halfway house. It's like you got the fighter's got abilities to use, and feels a lot more like WoW actually than EverQuest. It feels odd to play because like when you're playing it, when I was playing Aurora in EverQuest, I never thought about the fact that I didn't have loads of buttons to push because that's kind of how it is. But in this game, because it gives you buttons to push, it almost changes. It's like a subconsciously changes how you think you should be playing. So it's like, oh, I'm sitting here thinking, oh god, I'm just waiting for buttons to cool down. I'm not sure that makes sense. Whereas in EverQuest, because it's just very pure and you don't have those buttons, it's just how it works. But in this game, because you've got buttons, but because people say, oh, it's just like EverQuest, it's like, well, I'm waiting for buttons to cool down, and I don't want to wait for buttons to cool down. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know if that makes any sense or not. But, it's kind of how I'm finding it anyway. It's a bit like Pantheon actually. Like Pantheon has gone for the. I think there's more cooldowns in Pantheon, more skills to click. I guess it's difficult, like from a balance point of view. Like how do you incorporate a fighting class that's got no no magic? How do you make it more interesting to play? I don't know. When I've been listening to David Gemmell, he's so good at describing fights, combat, and he kind of describes all the moves that Druss does and all that kind of thing. And I was kind of thinking that you could easily turn a load of those into like a like skills in a game or something or whatever, a warrior and a fighter almost. I mean, if I was designing it, I think I'd almost try and make it a bit more reactive. Like even if it was, like even in a tab targeting game. So rather than like parry, block, or whatever being like passives, maybe you can incorporate them in some way into the turn. Don't know. What not sure if that was the right thing to do, but I've done it anyway. I could have been making heavy bandages to increase my skill, but they don't really... The extra healing that they do doesn't really justify the extra cost at the moment of them. It's like it costs twice as many bandages, but it only heals for 2 extra points. Oh, I don't think that's a good design choice if that's how it is. Maybe it's just a skill. Hopefully it's just a skill thing. Oh yeah, that's good. I was going to say, I hope you don't have to use higher level bandages to increase your bind wound skill. That would be rubbish. But I'm just capped at the moment, so... Yeah, well, I kind of, I mean, often with many of these games, I also think that the messaging is quite confused as well. You know, because it's like they talk about it being a niche game, and you know, it's only going to appeal to a smaller audience and all that kind of thing. But then a lot of the design in the game is what I would call like more contemporary. So yeah, like who are you aiming it at really? And what I also find is that some of the design seems quite contemporary, but then a lot of the annoying things that more contemporary players might dislike about classic MMOs are kind of like magnified. So yeah, it's weird. I do find them a bit confusing. All of them, not just this one. What level am I? Level 5. I don't know why my guy stopped about 10 foot away from. Yeah, I mean that game is a classic example of taking the parts from a classic MMO that people found the most frustrating and making them even more even more frustrating. The problem with that game was what I just found myself running around, you know, dealing with issues that the game was putting in the way that weren't gameplay related, as opposed to actually like playing the game. That was the issue there I found. And it's funny, like going back and playing EverQuest after playing these games, like just the simplicity of it is beautiful. You know, where I've said it before, but like you buy yourself a stack of food, you go out on your gaming session, and that's all you got to worry about, really. Even things like inventory and stuff, like this game is different from EverQuest, and I'm not actually sure it's actually better, like much better than like Embers Adrift, really. Like mobs don't drop bags, so you kind of have to make them or buy them. You can get some smaller bags from like quests and stuff, but yeah, it seems to be another one of those fetish things where indie MMO developers seem to have looked at classic MMO inventory systems and thought, well, we're going to change it, but not really for the better, I don't think. No, I mean, I'll be honest. This is not as the inventory system here is not as bad as Embers Adrift. I was just exaggerating there, but again, it's a change that does make the game, I think, more frustrating. Considering like to make a like a cloth bag relatively in this game takes quite a lot of grinding and resources for tailoring. Yeah, it's weird. Like I kind of like classic WoW. Yeah, really. It's like it's weird. It's like I can understand like maybe fleshing a game out with regards to like horizontal content that we've already discussed, but removing the simplicity of a classic MMO with regards to just your everyday game session interaction with the world and what you need to do to play the game and enjoy the game and stuff is it's I think what can happen is like things can become too literal, whereas you still want to feel like you're playing a game. So like the inventory system here, you've got like it's almost designed like too much based around like a real thing, where they've said, okay, so in real life, if you were travelling around, you'd have a backpack slot, maybe you'd have there's a couple of belt slots and whatnot. But I think that's looking at it too literally, like too real world. You know, um, it's a bit like the dropping spell book thing when you die. It's like, well, if you died, you would drop your spell book. It just well, actually, you wouldn't know because you'd be dead. So that kind of negates those kind of decisions, because it's like if you die, you would logically drop your spell book. But if you died, you'd be dead. If we're looking at it that logically, I think there's some. I still want to feel like I'm playing a game, and so the systems haven't been designed, Um, okay, let's go and do some bandaging. I think, actually, I kind of think that, I hope it doesn't happen, but I kind of wonder if the fighter class will just be one of those classes that just doesn't really fill a gap. Because I think in WoW, for example, I think they did a good job of it. Like the warrior class, or whatever the equivalent is in classic WoW, can do DPS, and they got loads of skills that make them pretty uber. Even through the leveling process, really. Um, but maybe there's a lot going on. Maybe there's more going under the hood. Under the hood, I don't know. I think in EverQuest, like warriors are on higher damage tables and stuff and whatnot. But at the moment, I'm not sure why you'd kind of pick one over one of the knights or something or whatever. I think. I mean, I do. I think one of the best points of this game is I do think it does evoke the feeling of playing EverQuest or Classic WoW, like from a feel point of view. But then for me personally, some of that is kind of lost because some of the class design is a kind of a mix of both, and some of it is kind of like a generic copy of EverQuest. And so it's kind of just like playing EverQuest, and then you kind of think to yourself, well, why would I just not play on P99? It's difficult balance. But it does have that nice feel of playing classic WoW or classic EverQuest. I think whether you want to be or Yeah, I'm not saying that EverQuest was perfect. You know, I think if you're going to have like a pure fighting class with no magic, then it doesn't have to be like the EverQuest warrior. You know, you can make it more fun during a leveling process, as opposed to people just leveling them to be raid tanks. You know, and I actually think Classic WoW captured that perfectly, but at the moment this doesn't. I think actually one of the things that Pantheon did quite well was that was make it does quite well at the moment is making classes, EverQuest classes that were probably seen as pretty basic, like with regards to what they could do, more interesting. I haven't played the Rogue here yet, so I don't quite know what that's like. Yeah, I'm certainly not saying EverQuest is better in every way. There's no reason why like a pure like martial class can't be as fun to level as a necromancer or something. You know, it's not. I don't know why that would be. But then that's kind of where it kind of feels almost too similar. Like I've played a cleric a bit, and it's like, okay, you do some heals, you know, and some buffs, and that's it really. It's not like, and you got like an undead nuke, but it's like, yeah. Where's the fun stuff that's not generic EverQuest? You know? What's that, mate? Project Ghost? No, I haven't. Is that an MMO? New MMO? I'll check it out later on, mate. I'll check it out. Okay. When I first looked at your thing, I thought it said Project Gorgon. uh, yeah, it's a shame that there were just parts of it that eventually kind of put me off, because it's still like by far the most innovative indie MMO that is around. Yeah, but there's just some things about it that I do still think about logging in occasionally, though, and I think we're just about going to win this one. I mean, again, this is not unusual for a fighter class particularly, or warrior class, but because he's got no kind of self-sustain like a paladin or a shadow knight. The cost of bandages is a bit over the top, I think. You either make them yourself out of like cloth drops that are quite difficult, that are not, quite difficult to get a lot of, or you buy the bandages. The cost of the bandages seems too high for a low-level character. I'm pretty sure in EverQuest you can just buy stacks of bandages early on. I think a stack of bandages here is like 4 silver. And I've only got 10 silver, and the stack is just 20. You can see how many I'm going through to. I'm playing the fighter today. Well, just for a bit, because I started it the other day just to see what it was like, really. Yeah, it does five health, so it's a nice little tick. The problem is just that the balance cost of them is just too expensive. Like to buy a stack of bandages off the vendor, it's cost me half of my current cash, and cloth at the moment only really comes from certain mobs that drop it. I think they've just implemented a thing where you can get some cloth scraps from breaking down cloth armor, but you still got to fight the same mobs essentially to get cloth armor. So it's funny, isn't it, how that is definitely think about other classes as well, how it's definitely a thing where developers seem almost like I'd include the cleric in that as well, but weirdly not the enchanter that's seen as like the Holy Trinity. So like a tank, a pure tank and a pure healer are just seen as that, like developers almost are scared to, it's kind of scared to give them too much, and so they become just very one-dimensional. I don't quite know why that is. I mean, you could certainly make a cleric, for example, much more interesting without making them, OP or whatever. I mean, they recently changed some. I think they recently changed some healing ratios for shaman and druid healing, which kind of makes but that doesn't really help the cleric in the sense that nothing's been added to the cleric to make it better. It's just their healing is now better than the other classes, but the other classes have got so much more utility. My bind wound is currently capped, so until I level, it does go up as you level. Only small amounts though, like 1 or 2 hit points. You can make better bandages, but it doesn't seem efficient. It just costs even more resource. That's. Hey Jim, how you doing? I think the sun's going to go down soon, so I'll probably have to put a little up the gamma a bit for you, maybe. I think so. Yeah, it's one of those things. I guess from a design point of view, we don't really know where it's going to go ultimately, but yeah. I think we've said it before about that kind of thing, isn't it? Where it's like, I think another thing as well with regards to that, and I definitely think it's a mistake that Embers Adrift and Pantheon made, is that those like modern indie MMOs at the moment seem to have interpreted the classic model as you kind of pretty much have to group, but that's really not what they were like at all. Whether through like design or luck, I don't know, but you don't, even classic classic EverQuest, you don't need to group if you don't want to. All classes can solo, albeit some of them to a point where maybe you jump into the sea or something. But at least you can. It is possible if that's really what you want to do. And I kind of hope that this game keeps that. I think it's worth noting that the game design around I don't like the term because I'm not quite sure how it makes any sense really, because it's different for all classes, but like kills per minute or something, that kind of thing. So we just level to level 6. So this game is quite different from EverQuest in that to me it feels as though it's designed around having longer bursts of combat, and then you sit down for longer to recover from the combat, essentially. So if you're fighting blues, you can fight quite a number of blues before you have to stop fighting. Whereas in classic EverQuest, like if you go on P99, it's quite different from that. But it's something that some of the other games have done as well, and I'm not sure if it's the best choice, because ultimately it gets to a point where even if maybe you're running around killing more mobs before you got to sit down, you do start to feel like, oh, I'm actually having to kill more mobs. It's just there's a balance between that like repetitive nature, the repetitive gameplay versus the reward. And I think the longer it takes for you to get your reward, or maybe the more processes or interactions you have to go to before you get your reward. I think that's been one of the problems with the other MMOs as well, and this kind of feels like it's gone that way a bit. Some people might like the fact they can run around and there's longer bursts, like you don't like in EverQuest, like maybe you'll kill a dark blue and you got to sit down, kind of thing. Yeah, well, this is more mobs for less XP. It feels like, and that's kind of the way the other games have gone. Whereas in EverQuest, outside of the early, like crazy XP penalties that hybrids had, you can kill a blue pretty much, dark blue, and you'll get a percentage of XP. So roughly you've got about 100 mobs to kill to get your reward, essentially. Whereas I need to go and sell stuff probably. Whereas in games like Embers Adrift, it was hundreds and hundreds of mobs before you got your reward. So there's a balance there between, I think, not just about time it's taking. Maybe it takes the same time because you kill more mobs. But I think it's also about the interactions that you're having. I don't know. Let's go and see if we've got a skill. The warrior kind of gets. The warrior gets one skill per level. Up until level 12, and then there aren't any more skills after that, I don't think. So I'm assuming that more are going to be added. Let's go and see what we've got. It's not as worth killing skeletons in this game as EverQuest because they don't drop bags, or I've never seen a bag drop anyway. So we've got a bit of cloth. Yeah, I started a character in the Elven, Feydark style area, and I wasn't so keen there. It was nice at night because the lighting was really nice. It did take me a while to get used to the kind of low poly, high texture look, and I'm still not 100% in love with it. But yeah, it's fine. It works, Well, I think like through I don't know, I mean like through my kind of dozen or so years of doing YouTube, um, when we first started getting these indie MMOs, yeah, like a lot of people have like it's like I mean some often I people think I'm just some miserable old bastard moaning all the time, but a lot of what I discuss is pretty much all of what other people have said to me when they've played games. Um, like I've had quite a lot of conversations with people privately, you know, about games that I've played and then they played them, and we talk about what their expectations were and how they didn't weren't quite met. And I think that's why I talk quite a bit about like a confused development, or the development's confusing because you go into something because you're told something, and then when you get there, it's not quite what you expected. And for some people, it's really, really not what they expected. And then you know you're going to get angry, and they go, "Oh, this game's shit," and they stop playing. And maybe they're right, you know. But that's a I think it's kind of like, and I think to a certain extent, the same. Like you get a lot of people criticising um, like AAA games at the moment because whether it's ideologically, politically, design, whatever it may be, you know, like many people say that they're not designing games for gamers. They're designing games for their own personal reasons. That doesn't really have much to do with gaming. And I kind of think that it's not ideological here, but I do think the same thing. You know, I do think that many of these games, like I'm not surprised that classic MMO players are not finding a home in indie MMOs because there's just something about the design that maybe moves too far away. I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that just the punishments that you expect from something like classic EverQuest, for example, as I've said before, are just like heightened in indie MMOs. And I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure why people seem to be picking out. I'm not quite sure why developers seem to be picking out the not the worst points, but certainly the most time-consuming points, and making them like more time-consuming, or having more hoops to jump through. I'm not quite sure why. I'm not quite sure what the thinking there is. And then you kind of think to yourself, well, who are they actually trying to appeal to? Like, is it really classic gamers? You know. And I suppose then you get into the conversation of like what's a classic MMO, you know. Yeah, yeah, but it's kind of not though, really. You know, it's like I mean, I guess it's back in my day, depending on what age you were. But I don't, I don't know. I don't know why someone would look at EverQuest, classic EverQuest, and be like an like be and be someone who knows the game mechanically and has played it a lot, and then design their own game and take some features from EverQuest and make them more frustrating than they were in EverQuest. When you know the reason that kind of normies didn't play EverQuest and they played WoW was because EverQuest they saw it as being more hardcore. You know, that's what I don't quite understand. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. What am I doing? Oh, I just want to get rid of these shells. They don't sell for anything, but some people make the armor out of them and sell them. But I don't. I think have I got? Oh no, I haven't got the boots. Yeah, I'm still wearing cloth sandals. Oh, I'm glad I kept some legs. So we'll go and turn these in to get some boots. Um, but I think ultimately, I mean, I just came to the conclusion. I think it was Embers Adrift actually that kind of tipped me over the edge. I just came to the conclusion where you have to look at a game and play it for a bit. If there's a free test, if not, then don't bother. Um, and just see if you find it fun enough to play, because things don't change, and it's like we're all human. It's the same for everyone. There's a lot of pride involved. If you create something and someone doesn't like it, then, and I think what I've found is, like, no matter how open the developers seem to be or whatever, they're more likely to want to surround themselves with people that just nod their head. That's just human. We're all, I'm sure, in a workplace environment, we've all been like that at some point. So I don't actually think that player and developer feedback conversation like really works. Really, like in some games I've seen, like, as I said before, I'm just repeating myself, but in some games I've seen developers, like, players talk about a thing and it's a low hanging fruit thing. So that they'll change it or balance it or whatever. But generally, I kind of feel that the game is not really going to change much. And if you're playing it and you're not having fun, then it's probably not much point in sticking around, because you just end up banging your head against the wall. Sorry, I just had a quick look on the wiki. So the boots are 1 carapace, 2 legs. Okay, so we've got the boots. That's it, I think. I think these new indie MMOs probably just need to be in they need to be in a category of their own. I've said before, like I said it was Embers Adrift. I said, like, just don't talk about classic MMOs, because your game's not a classic MMO. It's something completely different. And you just set expectations in people's heads. But I think the issue is they want to do that because that's where a market is. So I guess you kind of got to aim it at someone. Well, I think that's why. I mean, I've probably got like a minority view of like death penalties now and stuff. It's not that I don't. It's not that I would kind of like protest, dye my hair blue and protest to kind of get rid of them. If it's got it in, it is what it is. But I just think that the way the internet works now, and the way that we, even if you're, I mean, I love, I could consider, I mean, I love game mechanics, but I would consider myself predominantly like an immersive game player. I like to be immersed. And while I used to use the internet a lot from a gaming sense, I've tried to do it a lot less to spoil things. But but ultimately that's how it is. We just play games differently now, and how to do something, or circumventing punishments or whatever it may be. It's just not what it was. The impact of these kind of things are not what they were back in 1999. It's as you say. I mean, I think the wonder of everything has been lost to a certain extent. And this game is already Lineker. I wonder if that's a renamed thing. The only way you'd ever call your pet after Gary Lineker was if you just wanted to keep killing it and raising it up again, then killing it again. He smokes. I think what happens is that it's like we played EverQuest and we loved it, or we worked on EverQuest or whatever it may be. But what we want to do is we want to kind of make EverQuest, but we want to bring it into you know, the 21st century, and we think that if we do this, these are our own ideas. If we incorporate them into an EverQuest style game, then it work. And some things do work, some things don't work. You know, I think that it just comes back to what I said before. Like I've pretty much got like one criteria now with regards to MMO. Whereas I used to buy them all and just play all of them. Now it's just, am I enjoying my time? And what is the game? What is the game's balance, or what is the game's feedback between like punishments that you have to have in an MMO? I understand that to some extent. How are they implemented? Why do I think they've been implemented? And then just base it on that. Does that equal that I'm still having fun? And if it does, then I'll play. If not, then I just won't. You know. I mean, apart from health and laziness, over the last 5 to 10 years, I've kind of thought about making my channel more professional, and kind of trying to cover indie MMOs specifically, I guess, in a way that, but I kind of just, yeah, but I was just like, well, I don't really want to kind of like be the current people who are covering indie MMOs on YouTube. I'm sure they're nice people, you know, but unfortunately you have to follow the same formula that people covering AAA games do. You know, it wasn't really kind of what I wanted to do. I didn't want to play like I mean, as I said, part of it is health and laziness, but I just didn't want to play the algorithm to try and you know, kind of get like a, as I said, I'm sure they're nice people, but I'm not horrified when I haven't watched them for a while, but when I watch some of the current, I say big, obviously not big because they're indie MMOs, but like some of the bigger content creators creating covering indie MMOs, it's just like the nodding dog syndrome. Like, there's no one who actually sits down and talks about the games mechanically and is critical of them. You know, it's a bit like the game. It's a bit like the gamers in game who shout out EverQuest memes. You know, or they sit around with their purple name or whatever it is, so people can see them. It's like, you know, I've got to be seen to be following the company line. So, you know, there's very little critical conversation in the space. Well, the problem with Pantheon is that they decided to incorporate, I think, probably like a Vanguard-y type thing, but made it more binary than Vanguard. And it was basically that if you wanted a Pantheon at the moment, I mean, I did hear that they might be changing it, but Pantheon at the moment is a game where it's like either you're in a group or you're not. And if you're not in a group, then this is the content that you can consume. But if you want to consume this content, essentially all the dungeon content and all the more fun content, then you need to be in a group. Basically, that's how they designed it. They essentially copied the Chevron system from Vanguard and Embers Adrift, maybe, I don't know. And so you get a very binary choice when you're playing the game, which is something that EverQuest didn't have. You know, it's like the whole thing with EverQuest is that it was so open-ended. Like the combat and dungeons were like their own. Every dungeon was like its own sandbox, and you could approach it how you wanted to, with as many people as you wanted to. Some classes could solo dungeons, some couldn't. You know, that's the nature of it. But Pantheon's design at the moment is just too binary. and I think it's Joppa, is it? Like, I'm not sure if I imagined it, but I'm sure someone said that Joppa said that they were talking about trying to rebalance the game to get rid of chevrons because it's just a bad idea. But yeah, when I'm not sure if I'm sure you've watched them, but like 10 years ago, like when I used to watch the streams when Brad was there, and some of the dungeon encounters they would go through. I mean, that looks a lot more interesting than what we've got at the moment, and a lot more open ended as well, a lot more sandboxy. I saw a post about Shroud of the Avatar the other day. It was funny because there was just a short clip of, I think, the only developer who's currently left running the game. And there was something about the game that he didn't know, and the player had to tell him, you know. And I kind of think that is, yeah. I heard a term the other day that I actually think is quite interesting. It's like, do you want to be a big fish in a small pond and whatnot? And it was something that I noticed to an extreme level with Embers Adrift, where there were players who essentially would just chase off everyone, or there are players who would just chase off everyone who didn't absolutely, you know, adhere by the game design. And when you go to the Discord now, they're the only people left. But they still do the same thing. And it's kind of that thing, isn't it, where you kind of think to yourself, well, surely you'd want more players playing. But actually, no, you don't, because we're all narcissists to a certain level. And I think it comes out in people quite a lot with regards to certain things. And I think that it's... yeah, it's almost like they've got their own server with their 20 or so friends or something, you know, their own game that only they like, and they don't want it to change. I think that's very unhealthy, but we see it quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing the game does right at the moment is kind of like the feeling of playing, like the as you say. I mean, it's like it's not it's not explainable. It's like some thing you're trying to grab with your hands, but you can't really put your finger on it. But it gets that right, but I think there are other things that it doesn't. So I mean, at the moment I kind of feel 50-50 with regards to like buying it and investing time when it comes out. I think it's kind of a slight wait and see. Like, a confident I'll play, I think, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, when I've played Pantheon, there's actually some stuff that I really like about it, but I can't play a game that is supposed to be like a classic MMO, but they've made decisions that so binary. You know, I think the chevron system essentially apart from everything else that people don't like about it, I think the chevron system just absolutely kills the game. You're so limited in what you can do, depending on what time you log in, depending on what you feel like doing. You know, it's it's funny you say that about like games running that don't, where their population is really really small, but they still manage to keep running. The only thing I can think of is that it doesn't really, it can't really take a lot of money to host a server, I suppose. The other thing as well, like I really really dislike this indie game developers, like they treat like endangered species. Like, I personally think that you are massively privileged if you can sit at home on your arse all day creating an MMO, and you can continue to do that even when there's not really that many people playing. I mean, I was over on the Embers Adrift Discord the other day, and someone asked about population, and someone said, well, at, you know, like peak times is about 40 people on. I mean, so off peak it's probably a quarter of that. And to be able to sit at home and carry on working on that game, yeah, and you can afford to do it, then that's, you know, I think you're very privileged. And a few times I've seen indie MMO developers going, oh, you know, woe is us, everyone's mean to us, and blah blah blah. We're only indies, and I just think, oh, whatever, you know. Most gamers would probably give their left testicle to sit at home playing games. Creating a game and be able to do it. So yeah, I'm not falling for that one. Yeah, as I said, like the feeling of the game they've got right, but there's many other things that I'm not sure about. But it's certainly an immersive experience. But I think the comment there is probably right. You know, I think that it's people. Maybe it's just someone who's kind of manoeuvred. They've always wanted to make a game, and they've manoeuvred themselves into a situation where they're able to do it, and it doesn't necessarily have to make a load of money. You know, they're just in a position where they can just afford to do it. You know, it's like, as I said, I'm sure we'd all do it if we could, if we were able. I said it the other day actually, but I did download the Unity thing. I need to try and get up and running next week. Look at some guides. I don't understand like this, what would you call it, parasocial kind of thing that people get with games and developers and stuff, though, to a point where they just become absolute twats. You know, I don't get that. I mean, like I love Sisters of Mercy, but I think Andrew Eldritch is a massive cock. I love Susie and the Banshees, but I think Susie Sue is a massive knob. You know, I listen to Morrissey, but I think Morrissey is an absolute twat. You know, you got to try. You got to be able to like differentiate between kind of, you know. Yeah, that's one thing that I found quite strange, is how people get so kind of passionate about something. I mean, the other thing I saw, it was kind of similar to this. It was about this. I saw some, I can't remember if it was. I was reading some MMO thing, and it talked about a couple of things that I've mentioned. But the other thing as well is like these small indie MMOs, like the dozen or so people that are left playing them. Like who are they? What sort of person are they? And someone, I kind of identified it with it a bit because rightly or wrongly, you know, whether people take offence at it or not, you know, this person said a lot of these people are probably just people that are stuck at home, you know, like maybe they're sick or something or whatever, and I kind of identified with that. So maybe the game is the only thing that they've got, you know, it kind of they wake up every morning, it keeps them going. So yeah, but I still think you have to differentiate between a game and a developer and criticism and stuff. And I guess people get like a nice warm feeling, don't they? Like they go to a Discord or they go to a stream and they make a comment and the developer talks to them, and you know, yeah, I don't know. I think you have to. I think everything is just so emotional at the moment. this, yeah, I think someone the other day was saying that like, Richard Garriott hasn't logged into Shroud of the Avatar for like over a year. Like he didn't even have. Like, I don't think he even had a birthday bash this year or something. So obviously he's completely gone from that. But then, yeah, as we said, it's an interesting. I love the psychology of MMOs, like player psychology, and yeah, what keeps someone playing a game that is obviously dead, and even the original developers and creators, and Richard Garriott, who's kind of seen by some people as, you know, a development god, have stopped, have given up on it. You know, what keeps those people playing? Is it just like a time investment, and they don't want to feel that all that time's been wasted? You know, or is it that they log in and everyone recognises them and makes them feel nice and all that kind of stuff? Do they genuinely like the game? I don't. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, potentially, but I kind of wonder if maybe it's the Richard Garriott nostalgia. I don't know, because I don't think there's much in the game to be nostalgic about. I think it's quite different from a classic MMO. I actually really like the combat system in Shroud of the Avatar. It's a shame that not more was done with that. I kind of like the deck building kind of thing with it. I think that was the most interesting part of the game. I liked animal taming as well. The last time I logged into Project Gorgon, I think Project Gorgon is still doing better from a player's logged in point of view at one time than certainly than Shroud of the Avatar or Embers Adrift. I mean, I guess that's not saying a lot, but yeah, I mean, Project Gorgon, as we said earlier, was awesome in the sense that it was like it was just unique in MMOs for some of the design stuff it tried, and some of the brilliant fun ideas that it's got that yeah, that other developers don't seem to want to incorporate or try. You know, I said the other day on the stream, I guess some of the design choices were pretty fine. You know, I imagine it's like Marmite kind of design choices, but at least they tried something different. You know, that's the thing with them. At least they're trying something different. That had a good atmosphere as well, and I like the lore and stuff in that game. That was very immersive. So we're kind of gaining experience here. All the mobs are level 3 apart from the rattlesnakes, which are level 4. So the other thing I think they did here is they lowered the XP gain for blue mobs, dark blue mobs, but I think white and yellow mobs were better. But I'm not sure about that choice either, because I think that kind of punishes the solo player more, maybe. Like particularly if you're a class that can't solo, like even con mobs or whatever. Even con mobs are easier in this game than they are in, on P99, for example. But there's quite a jump in difficulty where when I get level 7, I think the giant fire beetles are level 7. But if I go and fight them as even cons, then there's a massive, not just on this character, but some other classes as well. Unless you're a pet class, pet classes are very strong here at the moment, which is fine. I hope they don't change it too much. It's difficult to say, Jim. Really, it's like as people have been saying in the chat. Like the game really has got a great feeling to it. Like if I was going to pick out one USP, it would be that. But at the moment, a lot of the other design seems quite confused between EverQuest, but making some of the EverQuest stuff kind of more frustrating. Classic WoW, some other kind of influences as well, and I'm not quite sure where it's all going to end up. Like what the. But I think the biggest USP at the moment is the feeling of the game. It feels nice to play. The zones are nice. It's immersive. It's a nice experience. But I know that for me personally, like the mechanical stuff will become more and more of a thing as I play more. And so it depends. Yeah, and so is it mechanically designed in a way that you want to commit to it long term? I suppose that's the thing. It's not like I dislike the combat or anything. I just think that there's a mishmash of different styles, and I'm not quite sure that they work at the moment. There are some new ideas that are good as well. There's a lot of new content there's a lot of content outside of leveling. A lot of it's kind of not implemented yet for you to do. So there's definitely there's going to be a lot of game here. I think hopefully it keeps that same kind of the thing with P99. I know that P99 is not 100% accurate of classic EverQuest, but with P99 I know that I can log in and I can look at my character roster, and depending on how I'm feeling, depending if I've got people to play with or not or whatever, I can log into a character and I can have fun and I can make progress. I think that's the key thing. I think with Pantheon, it got to a point where I was logging in and it's like, well, maybe I want to go to a dungeon. Okay, so you need to be in a group. Are enough people playing to group? Like, do I want to be in a group? It's like I don't think you should have to log into an MMO, a classic MMO, and have to decide, am I able to log in and do something or not, irrespective of how I'm feeling or what my group makeup is. And I think that's what EverQuest got right. I think that you could just log into something, depending on how you were feeling, and have fun and make progress. And hopefully this game kind of allows that. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think that, like a lot of people who probably loved EverQuest and used to like playing it, just don't have the time commitment for that type of MMO anymore. So the hero's journey was something that was That was. I think actually that I was talking earlier on about fun. I think that's actually one of the key parts of it. Actually, so I've seen a couple of development things for this game where a couple of development streams where a player has asked a question, and it's kind of like the response is like, well, we're a group orientated game, we're designed around grouping or whatever that may be, but what does that actually mean? Because I mean ultimately EverQuest was, I'm guessing, designed around grouping, but it didn't impose it upon you. And it didn't impose it upon you with regards to content, like outside of raiding, obviously, So I think that's going to be a key thing as well. But yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think the hero journey was popular because it tickles that EverQuest point, sensitive point. But you don't. But but a lot of those people just don't have the time to commit to. I think that's the other thing as well. Actually, is I think one of the issues with designing a classic MMO in 2025 is the audience. Much of the audience just don't have the time to commit to it. That's not to say that they won't play it, but how long they'll stick around for is a thing. I think for the last few MMOs that have come out, indie ones, I keep hearing about this mythical new community of players that haven't discovered these games yet. And they're about to kick off and start playing it, but I'm not convinced by that. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't new players to classic MMOs that won't try them, but it's not going to sustain them. I don't think, that audience. I mean, my son was a massive classic WoW player, and I talked to him about playing some classic MMOs, but he's just not interested. He's just not interested. And his friend group are kind of they weren't interested at the time either. It's like yeah, the Dark Age of Camelot servers have been quite interesting because there seems to be a lot of them that come up and go down, that come and go. I'm not sure if there's one. Is there one that, like P99, that's consistently kept going? I think what I noticed with a lot of the Dark Age of Camelot servers is they weren't. Not all of them seem to be classic. Or not necessarily based on the classic patch eras, or they were adding stuff in themselves or changing stuff or whatever it was. Right, okay, yeah. I think people just want a classic server, like, don't overcomplicate it. It's, or at least then there needs to be a classic server, even if there are kind of alternatives. Yeah, it's weird, like considering Camelot came out in a very similar era to EverQuest. It feels very different to play. I'm not sure if it's just because there are more frames of animation in the characters or something, or the animation is slower, but the game feels slower to play with regards to when you're moving a character around. I think this has kind of got the EverQuest feel, where it almost feels like an FPS from a responsiveness point of view. And EverQuest is the same. I think I like that. It's very interesting. I mean, I like Camelot because of the lore, really. I wish there were more games set in like a medieval Britain, European kind of environment. Oh, we didn't go and check our level 6 skill, did we? I don't think it's much to write home about. I'm quite interested in Eternal Tombs as well, but they haven't had any tests recently. I don't think. I think they just decided to stop testing and knuckle down and do some, you know, get some content done. I'm quite interested in that. I mean, I like the combat in Dark Age of Camelot. It's just that it to me, it always just felt more sluggish after playing EverQuest. But I mean, it's certainly got all the ingredients there. It's got loads of interesting classes with loads of interesting abilities. Um, you know, you got your proper enchanter type characters, and yeah, I love the bard. No, the minstrel from Albion. That was a pretty cool. So what's my level 6 skill? Armor break. Oh, okay. Lower the target's armor. Okay, all very much. Yeah. Okay, seen it before, but we'll use it anyway. Right, so let's change my rotation. We've got a rotation. That doesn't sound very EverQuesty, does it? So charge, battle cry, armor break, rend. So we actually start attacking at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we'll put unnerving shout. Oh shit! Oh man! I accidentally aggroed I haven't done that for ages. Remember when you used to click on something and then accidentally start attacking it because, like, you know, Q was auto attack or something, or A was auto attack, but you were trying to use it to move. Oh, that was cool. I haven't done that for ages. Let's go this way. Yeah, unnerving shout, which I thought I'd right clicked, then quickly left clicked. I don't know why. Yeah, you'd go up to a trainer in EverQuest and you'd see a corpse next to it of the same race. So obviously, you know, they'd aggroed it. There's a classic moment for you. Cool. Okay, guys, I apologise. There's a slip of the finger. It was that time, yeah. Oh, well, I've got defensive stance on. Oh yeah, so we bought armor break, didn't we? Let's go and sell some of this shiz and I'll pop over to see if that free camp. The other thing as well that hopefully things get balanced out. There's a massive issue with available mobs as well. Like I was at one of only 2 of the Ashira camps yesterday on my cleric, and like in an hour period, like at least there's only 3 mobs there, so really it's not worth grouping. In an hour period, like around a dozen people must have come around to see if the camp was available or not. Like around that level, you know, between 4 and 6, there's just not enough mobs available. It doesn't feel like, unless you're lucky enough to get one of the few camps. I don't know what I came here for. That wasn't where we wanted to go. A couple of other things as well, like UI things. I hope they sort out. So if you've got your inventory open and you loot a mob, when you close, if you move away from the mob and the inventory closes, it closes all of your inventory. So you can't keep your inventory open if you want to. It will just auto close it. I hope that there's an option to get rid of that. Let's just sell all this stuff. I like you can name your pets. You can't give them a 3-letter name though, or you couldn't anyway, which is a pain in the arse, because I was just going to call my pet Bob. Thought it'd be quite funny. Are any of you guys actually playing? Are you playing the game at the moment? Have any of you kind of downloaded it and are playing it, or are you kind of, you're not sure about it, or there's reasons that you're just not into it? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen someone name their pet "See You Next Tuesday" yet, but I imagine that they probably won't be allowed to do that. Go up to the person and say, "Is your pet an actual See You Next Tuesday?" Yeah, he's a right See You Next Tuesday. I'm a bit fed up with sand though, I have to say. There's a lot of sand. Um, it's interesting, like at this point at level 6, where I guess to be efficient, you want to be killing level 6 mobs. There aren't actually that many. There aren't, well, I'm not sure there are any level 6 mobs. Um, there might be the odd rattlesnake that is. There's someone over there. But in this area here, the Ashiras I think are level 3, 4, and 5. You got some giant beetles over the back here that are the next level, that are the next point. They're level 7. But yeah, I think running around here in this section, which is kind of like the next section on from the newbie section. Like I don't. Oh, someone's. There aren't actually any level 6 mobs, and there's a real dearth of level 5 mobs as well. So the leveling thing seems a bit out of skew at the moment. And because the same mobs are in the other zone as well, that's like this, but on the other side of the city, it's the same problem. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know if they're in game yet. The Wood Elf Kellerfin zone's in game. Yeah, there is a lot of sand. Yeah. Yes, that's weird. Like they don't. There seems to be hardly any, if any, level 5, 6 mobs. There's other camps here, which you would think would maybe be kind of like more newbie camps, or maybe just the post newbie camps. But these guys are like level 10 and 11 and stuff. The bandits over there. If you come over here, you've got. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that if there are actually any level 5 and 6 mobs, which is weird. If you go around the coast here, you've got some crocodiles over here, the newbie ones, but I think they're max level 3 or 4. You've got caimans and crocodiles a bit further along the coast, but they're level 8 plus. Yeah, it's weird how that level section seems to have been completely missed. I imagine they're in I imagine they're in like Wormsbane, but you kind of got to have them out here as well. I would have thought anyway. Yeah, possibly, but that's still like an oversight though. Like you wouldn't. Again, you know, if you're trying to force people to group, that's not what classic MMO was about. Um, and they did change the XP recently so that it's more efficient, whatever you're doing in a group or not, to kill even con mobs. Yeah, I actually don't think there are any level 5 or 6 mobs. That is weird. Maybe the odd, as I said, maybe the rattlesnake. Strange. Yeah, the crocodiles and the caimans are going to be red to me at the moment. And I think we tested it the other day that the giant beetles are... I just want to say that I'm not making some of this stuff up. You're just to moan. Like I've actually been playing in closed testing for a long time, quite a long time as well. So, you know, I'm quite familiar with it. But actually, saying that, my old brain, I've only just noticed that there don't seem to be any level 5 or 6 mobs. There's just a gap. And that doesn't seem... Hopefully that's not a purposeful design decision. Yeah, the beetles are level 7, so it's yellow. That rattlesnake is yellow. That rattlesnake is yellow. The scarabs are kind of like level 8 or 9. That's red actually, so I think the scarabs are 9. That rattlesnake is blue. Yeah, that's weird. It is like the Oasis of Maya. Okay. Oops, I changed my rotation, so I forgot to actually click attack there. I wonder if the armour breaks stacks or not. I'm guessing probably not. They've got a similar thing in Pantheon that kind of stacks. Actually, what I've been thinking for a while is that there's a real difficulty jump when you get to level 8 and you start killing level 7 and 8 mobs. It's really noticeable to a point where you think, actually, this is quite noticeable. And I wonder if it's because there are no level 5 or 6 mobs. So, like, to get to level 8, you're killing level 4 mobs or whatever. And then you suddenly you've got that jump up by a few levels. Yeah, it's weird. Hang on a sec. This one right at the bottom. Oops. This one right at the bottom here. It's weird because it's like a hot bar, but I can't put bandages on it, for example. So it seems to be a hotbar for skills as opposed to a hotbar for, you know, items or weapon swapping or whatever it may be. Yeah, I can understand like someone trying to want. I mean, you know, it's over the years we've all said we just want EverQuest with different skin. Essentially, you know, it's one of those level 6 rattlesnakes. But I think they're probably the only pets, the only mobs that are that. Unless I'm missing something somewhere. Irrespective, there's not enough of those mobs in that area. Oh, here we go. There's a Shearer camp here that's got some even con mobs, but that's kind of it's group content by the looks of things. But there are a few there. There still doesn't feel as though it's nearly enough. Yeah, it's like, you know, over the years I've said it, and many people have said it on the channel. They just want EverQuest with a new skin and a new lore and stuff. And I think that people are obviously going to try their own thing, something new, which is fine. I just like, from a classic MMO point of view, I just kind of get confused by some of the design decisions. You know, it's like, does it feel like some of the design is aimed at a classic MMO player, and so then I kind of think to myself, well, who is it aimed at? You know, it's kind of like a, but yeah, as I said, like I don't know if any of you guys can recommend anyone. I have to say that I have looked at a lot, so I guess chucking up some names of content creators who cover indie MMOs. You know, but I'd be interested. I'd be interesting to see, rather than see a video of someone playing Monsters of Memories and going, "Oh, it's great. It just feels like EverQuest." Oh, ooh, you know, actually someone talking about the mechanics and just their kind of feeling and stuff on them. But I haven't been able to find that particularly. Oh, do you know what? Like the more I'm playing the fighter, the more I'm not even looking at the game. I'm just looking at my cooldown bar. Really, I'm not quite sure about that. Okay, mate. I'll check him out. I did see. I think Sean covered a review type thing that he did about it, and I kind of still felt it was one of those kind of like reviews where it didn't really want to say anything particularly negative or critical or get into the nitty gritty of it. It was kind of, I Nathan Napalm. I'll be honest, mate. I never was never really subscribed to him, but he's like sycophantic coverage of Embers Adrift was just I kind of I didn't really I really didn't have any interest after that. How was he? Okay, I did see. I think Sean featured a write up, that he did, and I'm not sure if he's kind of new to the game, but it was yeah. I mean, I don't know. He wasn't. You don't expect people to go, "Oh God, this game's fucking shit," or that kind of thing, But you kind of want some. But I will check out his channel and have a watch of these M&M stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. I watched one stream where he streamed with the devs, and it was like, he was just like nodding dog. I was like, so you kind of think, well, at least like in as polite way as possible, at least kind of like ask questions that the community are talking about and stuff. That I mean, there might be hard questions to answer, but then what are you there for if you only want people to pat you on the back? It's. But I'll go. Let me write that down. Class and Cool. I'll go and check out Mr. Class and Cool. Okay, so that is definitely something that I need to look into. Is why in the newbie-ish part of leveling are there a huge lack of level 5 and 6 mobs? It's definitely something that and then being a bit mean. I mean, I'm sure they're nice people, but I can't be doing with all of that, like either toxically positive or toxically negative kind of, um, like algorithm chasing stuff. Like if I go to someone's channel and I want to find out whether I'm going to like Monsters of Memories or Shroud of the Avatar or whatever it may be, I want a proper breakdown, proper view of it. I don't want someone just saying stuff because they think the devs are going to be thingy, or saying stuff because their audience like the game or whatever. That's not, or because of the algorithm. It's just not what skill is it that's got a cooldown with Rend? Must be one of them. But I know that there's, like, previously when I was covering, when I was still covering games, like doing videos and stuff on them, like talkie videos and stuff, that I think people saw me as like really negative and whatnot, and but there you go. So. That thing I was talking about earlier, the being too emotional and too connected to something, apparently like a kind of parasocial relationship thing. Like I mean, I've actually personally had that. I've had some people on the channel who have been on there for years, like, and I've spoken to them and stuff. And when I was kind of producing content on games, and I was talking about the good as well. But when I was kind of criticising them as well, they were like, "Oh yeah, this game's terrible." And as soon as I started playing the game they were playing and was critical of that, like, it completely changed. Oh, you're just a hater. And this was like some people, like, after years and years of like being on the channel, like, but as soon as you pick their game, it goes, I think that's definitely a thing. The people that are too emotional at the start, in a positive way, are the ones that fall out the hardest. You start playing a game and you're like, this game's the greatest game ever, don't you dare say anything negative about it. But then the game will do something that they don't like, and then they're the ones that kind of crash out the hardest. The ones that were too emotional one way initially, and then like go the other way, like the proper hardcore kind of. Oh, Armor Break is the one. Yeah, I've had that same thing. Yeah, where I talk to people for years and years and years, and they're all nice and friendly and stuff. But the moment it's only happened a few times, well, that I'm aware of. But the moment that I mentioned their game, yeah, they just completely crashed out. I'm unsubscribing. Oh, you're just a hater. It's funny. I'm not sure if it's like social media that does it or whatever it may be. I'm not one to blame social media for stuff. It is what it is. People use it how they use it. But I do wonder if I think you said it earlier, there's almost too much information available, too much communication. And also you kind of you can only be like I've said it before, like, and it's the same with games and stuff as well, like same as in politics, like you can't kind of be in the middle, you have to have an extreme view one way or the other. You can't kind of, either you love the game that I love or you're a Nazi kind of thing. Yeah. There can't be any, there's no, no grey areas. Yeah, no, I mean, I was really surprised the first time it happened because, because there are people that watch my content and are happy for me to be critical of other games, but as soon as I picked their game, it was just a massive crash out. As I say, it's only happened a few times that I'm aware of, Okay, so my rotation's not working because Armor Break is sharing cooldown with Rend? Yeah, yeah, look, I mean, I'll be the first to admit that there's sometimes I've done videos and I listen back to them and I thought to myself, maybe I was a bit over the top there, you know, and whatever. Um, maybe it wasn't quite justified, and a lot of that comes from like frustration. But yeah, I mean, I'll be the first to admit that I've in some videos I made comments that were probably a bit unfair and a bit unkind. Um, but I just think that that's, you know, sometimes you kind of build up a head of steam and you kind of get over. Like I went through a period I was really frustrated with the whole scene. I was like, fucking developers keep telling me they're making a game for me and I'm playing it and it's not for me, and it's not like it was specifically for me, because like all of my audience are also telling me that it's not for them. So I'm like, well, who's this game for then? You know, and after it happens like 3 or 4 times, you think like, what's going on? Like who's making these games? And I want to be a fly on the wall during their, like, you know, that like these board meetings where they discuss things like, what, you know, who is it? What are they doing? Who's saying, yeah, this is a good idea? I don't know. Yeah, so but certainly a lot of that. I think I'm more unfiltered now, probably. Like, I really don't care what I say about a game or the audience or content creators. It's just, you know, it's just, again, maybe it's sometimes a bit mean, but it's exactly how I feel about it. You know, it's like a, what's that phrase I heard? I'm not sure if if it actually is the right phrase or not, but it was like, "Don't keep pissing down my neck and tell me it's raining." That's a. I think I just reached the limit, reached a point. I'm home alone today. Uh, we did a really old. You see that we're getting old because we. Uh, I've always been like super autistic about certain things and like routine. I've always been kind of like routine about stuff, like to a point where like it really affects my mood. Um, and even more so since I've been sick. And like my wife, I say we go. She kind of takes me to Marks and Spencers, our local kind of shopping precinct, on a Saturday morning, and we go there for breakfast and stuff. We go there every Saturday morning. It's just like a thing that we do, and I really enjoy it. But there's an old guy there who goes every week as well. And we got to know him, and we went there this morning, and they've changed the menu, right? So for me, that's like, oh, so now I've got to decide what else to have instead of the thing that I have every week. But his stuff costs more than it normally does. He was like, is that right? And she went, yeah. And he said, well, it's like £2 more than it was last week. He's an old guy, right? Maybe £2 to him is quite a lot. And she said, oh, they've changed the menu. He said, but I've ordered the same stuff. And she didn't want to say, you know, oh, they've put the prices up as well. But so we was laughing at him. But then when we got there, I realised that the thing that I order every week is not on the menu now. They've changed it. So I was like, oh, for God's sake, you know. And I thought to myself, I was chucking at the bloke in front of me, the old bloke. But then, like when I got there, it was exactly the same. So I thought, actually, I'm just becoming old. Do you want me to put a filter on for you? I'll put a filter on for you. So. Yeah. Like, it was funny. I think I agree with you telling us. I think the issue is so. First of all, I'll go back to what I said before about it just being a human, like a natural human instinct thing. If you've made something or you're making something, whether it's conscious or not, you know, you just want to surround yourself with people that also like your thing that you're making. You know, I can kind of understand that. But I think it goes back to everything else as well that's going on in the world, where you kind of have to be on a side. So like having an unfiltered take, I think sometimes can be seen as just being negative, you know, and as I said, like however open or friendly a developer may be on a stream or whatever it is, you know, I guess they would still much rather surround themselves with people who say yes, as opposed to, you know, someone who's a bit unfiltered and is going to kind of like challenge and kind of like push back. I suppose there's a certain, when I hear about kind of like constructive criticism, people listen to it and they go away and they talk about it or whatever. I think that happens to a point, but I think what the developer's really looking for ultimately is someone who is bought into the way that has bought into the way that they think about it. So it's kind of like, you know, when I talk about other content creators, it's like a lot of the pushback is like quite milk toast. So like maybe they'll criticize a little thing that's kind of that they don't think is going to get them in trouble or whatever it may be, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult like dealing with maybe someone who's a bit unfiltered and is like more challenging, is kind of like more in your face. I don't know whether that's the best thing or not. I'm not sure. I think that I'm not kind of sure how much of a bubble these games are developed in, but I guess as someone who's played all of the games, you know, you can definitely see that listening to the small core audience that are still playing those games and catering to them, who bought into everything, has not done those games any favours, essentially. I mean, when you go to a Discord for a game and you say like, "What's the population like?" and someone says, "Oh well, you know, like peak times it gets up to about 40." I don't know. I think that is then, that just to me just seems like a massive problem. Maybe you shouldn't have listened to those people, or maybe you should have just been a bit more open to like changing or adapting your design or whatever it was. But as I said, I mean that also kind of ties into what we were talking about earlier on. Anyway, is that if you're creating exactly what you want, and for good or for bad, and you don't really need to have many people playing your game, then I suppose you don't need to, do you? You know, it's like, as you said, it's a bit of like a hobby or a passion project, you know, and you're privileged enough to be able to sit at home and make those decisions yourself. And the population is not so much of a thing. The only thing I do think about that is that I do think that a developer has a fair bit of responsibility towards quite a lot of responsibility towards the player base that are playing. I don't think you can just say I'm doing it this way, you know, because Embers Adrift, for example, and I know that I've said it before, I keep picking on it. I'm not picking on it, it's just that it's a good example for lots of different things. Embers Adrift is a game designed really to be played in a group, but there's not enough people to play. There's not enough people playing it to playing a group. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, player X might say, "Oh, well, I'm always in a group." Well, yeah, because you're playing with 40 other people who have all been playing for the last 2 or 3 years. So you've probably got like a made group. But what about, you know, if you had if 500 people suddenly logged in, it will be fine. But but what about the people that drift in and out and they can't get a group, so they just stop playing again? I think if you design a game around a specific number of players playing in a group, then I think it's your responsibility to make sure that there are as many people playing as possible. And if that means that you have to change your design a bit to maybe try and attract players back, you know. yeah, I think the thing I like most about M is the feeling of playing the game. It feels really nice to play. You know, it's a nice world to be in. It's immersive. Um, and I enjoy being in it. You know, and it's great. Looks great. Um, it feels nice, but in a like it's intangible. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly why it feels nice, but it's a very nice game to be in. With regard, like mechanically, with regards to everything else, I'm kind of undecided. It's it feels like a mash up of some EverQuest, some classic WoW, and whatever it may be. Um, whether all those things kind of work together or not, I'm not sure. I do enjoy some of it. Like I enjoy the combat, but I'm not 100% sold on it. Um, interaction with mobs is I like it. You know, it feels EverQuesty. You know, it's kind of got that ticking over of a round. You know, um, but it does have like the fighter class for here, for example, is very different from the warrior in EverQuest. Like as I said before, like at the moment with this class, I'm spending more time. It's a bit like Pantheon really, where I'm spending more time. I'm spending more time looking at my bar for you know for. Well, on the closed test, I'm trying to remember. I think I've got. Surprisingly, the Elementalist is the highest class, the highest I've got. I think he's maybe level. Oh, I don't know. I want to say 16, but I'm not sure about that. I've got a bunch of characters around level 10, like Shaman, Beastmaster, some other classes. I think I've probably got like, yeah. So I'm not high level because I'm just not. I haven't done that kind of thing where I race a class through. I probably will do now actually. Like between now and early access, I might knuckle down the class just to see some of the other content. I think obviously, like up until quite recently, a lot of the high level content has not as been fleshed out, but. Uh, Yeah, quests are good. It kind of like uses a similar EverQuest system. Sometimes the descriptions you get can be a bit too obtuse. And in EverQuest, I think EverQuest kind of gives you, it highlights like keywords for you to use when you're responding. This game doesn't do that. Um, so I went through the main. I think I started. I think one of the streams I did this week, I went through the Enchanter newbie experience, and I went through the quests. And there's definitely like a one or two parts in that quest where, if I hadn't already done it, then I wouldn't have quite known what to do, just from a feedback point of view. But yeah, it's like it's quite EverQuesty in that regard. You know, you have to kind of type in responses based on the response you get from the NPC. And talking about classes, I did start playing before this test started in closed testing. I started an Enchanter, which I like a lot actually. Weird though, like at the moment the Enchanter seems to get everything. Not in a bad way necessarily. I just mean it seems to have some stuff that other classes would normally have. So whereas like on no, for EverQuest for example, like the Shaman kind of gets some early like strength and stamina buffs and all that kind of thing. A lot of the buffs seem to be. Enchanter seems to have a lot of different buffs at the moment, from all perspectives. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I like the pet, and you can charm. So yeah, it's good. I think actually those kind of mechanics are the real crux. I think that's the real testing point for a developer. So like, how do you implement something like charm? Like, do you look at, are you the sort of person who's going to look at EverQuest and go, oh no, that's too OP, so we're going to kind of limit it in some way, and then people kind of notice that, you know, and maybe push back against it. I hope not. Like I hope, as I said before, I hope it keeps that open sandboxy combat type thing that EverQuest has got, where yeah, I mean there are a few, maybe there are 2 or 3 classes that can solo dungeons and names and stuff, but like who cares? Like why would you try and nerf that? Like what's the? It's not like, you know, obviously like the hero's journey where you know you're clearing raids on your own, and obviously yeah, obviously, but where are my bandages? Used up a lot of my bandages. I think casters probably need, like caster NPCs probably need to be made to feel a bit more, needs to feel a bit more organic. Like I think I said in a stream the other day, where there's a druid NPC that's kind of a bit of an undercon anyway, so I'm not sure if it's kind of restricted to that particular mob. The madman that roams around the desert, but he perfectly times snare when you're fighting them, so you're never not snared. So just as the snare is wearing off, he kind of auto casts snare again, which it all felt a bit, as I said, like at the time, like I know as a player, like you're more aware of stuff wearing off and whatnot, but an NPC doing it, it kind of felt a bit cheap, you know. So, yeah. I think it's what we've said about EverQuest before, isn't it? Where it balances the combat so well. Like even the RNG point, where you get RNG, and sometimes it frustrates you, but for the most part, you can kind of with your class and the abilities you've got and tactics and whatever, you can kind of, you know, you can shrink the RNG effect to a point where it's kind of like manageable, but it's still there. That's kind of why you feel tense, but you can manage it. You know, I think that's what EverQuest did amazingly well. Um, I've always liked the idea actually of like a single player MMO. So like something like, doesn't have to be EverQuest or WoW, but like a game that's, because the weird thing is that maybe the weird thing is that maybe like when someone plays an MMO like me for example, and you run around and do stuff a lot solo, like you know, if I had a pound for the amount of times I've heard someone say, why don't you just play like a single player RPG, like I'd be a millionaire. And the reason I don't play single player RPG is because they're nothing like MMOs. You know, like if there was a single player game that was basically like EverQuest with regards to like mechanically and whatever it may be, then I would play it. But there isn't. You know, you can't. There isn't a single player game. The only single player RPGs I think they get close to playing an MMO are probably some of the early like dungeon crawlers. You know, like Eye of the Beholder or Dungeon Master, that kind of thing. But even that, they only kind of really capture the essence of dungeon crawling to a small extent. But when you think about it, like what single player RPG can you log into that gives you a dungeon crawling experience like EverQuest gives you? Well, there aren't any, you know. So that's why people play MMOs as a single player. Yeah, but even so, not really. It's not like EverQuest, is it? It's like you know, Diablo or PoE. I think probably you're probably right. It gets closest to it, but Um, there's not like, as far as I'm aware, and I've played a lot of them. There's not like a single player RPG where I can go to a dungeon and I can have that EverQuest dungeon crawling experience. Erin Shaw, is that the game that was changed recently? They changed the name recently. Is it like Minecraft? Is it like EverQuest in Minecraft or something? A lot of people have mentioned that to me. I haven't actually looked at it yet, but I will go and have a look at it. Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why it's a completely different experience. And also, I've said this before as well. But even if you're solo, you still like to have other people around, because that's what makes the experience, is that even if you're playing on your own with other people around, that's where the kind of the emergent gameplay comes from, not just from the game itself, but also other players around you have an effect on the world and have an effect on your game experience. I mean, sometimes that can be negative, but I'll check it out, mate. Actually, I had heard of it, but I didn't look at it. But I will go and look at it. Yeah, I think that even solo players, even as someone who solos a lot, I mean, I think it's a misconception. Like, I don't solo because I don't like people or I don't want to group with people. There is certainly an element of me kind of logging in and wanting my time to be like my own, and like I decide how I spend my time. But like, if a few of you were playing now and you said you want to come over and go in a group, then yeah, I'd happily do that. I guess that's more about getting old, maybe. I think the idealised grouping experience, but unrealistic, is what you used to see in some of the early Pantheon streams, where like Brad and some of the other developers who have known each other for a long time would get together and group up, and it was kind of a little bit like playing, if anyone's played desktop D&D with their friends, it was kind of a bit like that. But I think the reality of grouping for most people is not, is not that. Oh yeah, there's a little dude there. I do hope they allow you to invite players to a guild that are offline. That's a bit annoying the other day when I found out about that. It shows you how much I know about guilds. I think it's the same in EverQuest, but it's just a bit annoying, really. I don't know. Having to get someone else in the guild to if you're the GM, having to get someone else in the guild to invite your character. There must be technologically, you must be able to invite someone who's offline. Yeah, that's the thing, you see. Like, although I said, I mean, I would play like a single player MMO style game, and I'll look at that Earnshaw, but I would miss the player, what the players are doing in the world, and how they make the gameplay like more emergent. It's interesting as well, like some of the design things that I kind of think about when I'm playing, and that kind of confuse me a little bit. So you've kind of got like when I think about the mob that perma snares you as well, like they've added in a bar countdown to tell you when your skills are going to come off cooldown. But from a UI feedback point of view, if you put a debuff on a mob, for example, like the icon doesn't show up on the mob's nameplate, so you don't know. Yeah. Do you know what, mate? I'll do that next. I'll make that a thing next week. Maybe I'll do a stream one day next week. I normally have it. It's interesting. The new. I'm not sure if it's an effect of the new YouTube algorithm thing, but it's not. I mean, it doesn't really impact me at all with regards to like financially, but but yeah, but the what's the memory stream that I did this week? It's got a lot. Oops, got a lot less views than they normally get, which is quite interesting. I saw. Excuse me. I saw. I saw a video responding to kind of Linus Tech Tips, complaining about the views have gone down. He didn't seem to want to believe it was to do with the new algorithm changes, though. Even though it kind of happened to coincide with that. I don't know if he just didn't want to upset YouTube or something, but yeah. It is kind of a thing, you know, where you've got people who rely on, like YouTube is their business and they rely on it. Now, I mean, everyone should diversify, obviously, financially, and shouldn't rely on YouTube, but it is crazy when they make, when they you've got like loads of hundreds, thousands of small businesses out there. I'm not saying Linus is obviously not a small business, but yeah. And one day they make a change. Yeah, it's and it has a massive impact on like a small YouTube business or something. Yeah, it could be. What we need to be able to do is... Oh, there we go. It's kind of better, but yeah, I kind of like, I don't know. I guess it's just being an EverQuest Andy, but I don't have to like looking at my bar to waiting on cooldowns. It's just not. Yeah. At least EverQuest with a global cooldown, for the most part, you can just like, you know, you kind of know what's what kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's move this down a bit. Let's put that over there. Let's move this down a bit. Oops. Well, there were some games. I think maybe Lord of the Rings Online did it, where you could, like, one ability was on cooldown. You could just basically click it again, and it would kind of auto cast. Yeah, you probably would get burnt at the stake with it. But then my response to that would be, well, there's plenty of other stuff in the game that is like quality of lifey or quite modern, you know. So why pick that particular thing to get bent out of shape over? Yeah, I think it's Lord of the Rings Online where you can click an ability. Give so. The other thing I think that is will probably some people might be surprised by is that, again, if there's something else that we spell queuing, yeah, something else that we spoke about on the other stream is that like you know, you'll get, I've seen some people kind of think that they come, I don't know, maybe they watch some of like Sean streams and Nick streams and stuff, and they come into this game and they're thinking it's going to be a lot more chill, but I don't think it will. I think you'll get people that will play this game in the there are people that will play this game in the same way that they play P99. It's just unavoidable, you know. I've had some people doing some kill stealing and stuff, and a couple of times I've seen people in Wormsbane moaning that there's someone purposely training them, and you know, yeah, you're not gonna get away from it. I know in like the closed testing, in a quite a short space of time, there were, you know, some players who were like max level already and stuff, and I've seen quite a lot of people treating these tests as like preparation for when the game goes early access, that kind of thing, which is, you know, it's understandable. Again, it's like a human nature thing, but yeah, don't expect to come here and not have shit to deal with. I think you might be a bit disappointed. I mean, I don't mind that sort of gameplay mindset. I think people just play it however they want, but it was just I think some people, I kind of get the impression they think they're going to come here and it's like they're getting away from the P99 stuff, but it's a game, you know. All sorts of people are going to play it, and you're going to get some numpties that play it, and you're going to get some people that want to be first and the best and stuff, you know. And they're going to try and lock down raid targets and whatever it is. It's already happened. So yeah, it's just something to be, you know, prepared for, I think. Single player games are the funniest, and I must confess there has been one or two games that I do it for myself, but like people who kind of buy early access to a single player game just to start playing it first and whatnot. I think there's some people to a certain extent who do it because like maybe they're a small reviewer but they didn't get a key, you know, because maybe they're a bit more balanced in their reviews. You know, so they kind of get it early so they can maybe do a review. I think that's where the mechanics come in, like in a big way with regards to um, longevity. I'm not sure if it's a content especially, but if you play through like a classic EverQuest, for example, like just vanilla, you know, without any of the expansions, like what will keep you going there is the fact that the combat and the experience of it is just so amazing that you'd be happy to go through and like start an alt kind of thing. And I think that's what some of the other games have not captured. I think some of them have just require you to spend too long to get to max level, so people fall away. I don't really like rewards of any type, to be honest with you. Not rewards that are public, because I just think it just brings out the worst in people. I quite like achievements in games. So like if you're the first to do something, you know, maybe you get an achievement. I guess I don't know. I guess that kind of defeats the object of playing in an MMO then, really, because I suppose maybe you want everyone to know that you're the. I don't know. I think those kind of things bring out the worst in people. But it's just me. I guess if you can do it in such a way that racing to be first to something doesn't have an impact on someone else's gameplay, for example. But yeah, like if you're being a twat to try to be first, then um, I think also if you're racing to be first and there's recognition for it, then chances are you're also gonna your guild are also maybe going to try and stop other people from being first, um, and not always fairly. So maybe that's kind of like, yeah. I think the thing is as well, those kind of things also, people try and do it the most efficient way, obviously, and quite often that can look like, you know, that it could possibly be somewhere where you're kind of hogging something, and I think that then has an impact on everyone around you. I mean, I like conflict in games, and I don't think there's enough of it anymore. But it's got to be the right type of conflict. You know, you've got to design it so it's conflict rather than, yeah, that kind of thing is not good. I remember watching a really long video. I think I didn't watch the video. I think I watched Asmongold respond to it, where some guy went on like a quest to get the scarab, to get the scarab mount and stuff. That was fun to watch. I love that. I love those kind of videos where it kind of turns it almost into like a story. That's really cool. You don't get enough of those kind of things now, really, do you? Enough of people, those sort of people. Maybe you do, but I miss it. But yeah, kind of like a progression story in an MMO, or progression video in an MMO, but makes it feel like it's like a Barney. That's it, yeah. But makes it feel like a story, like you're following along, and you're kind of. I was really involved in that. It's really cool. But I think that's obviously down to the quality of the creator. I'll try and find their channel again. I'm sure it'd be easy to find. Yeah, that was a brilliant video. I think, although I personally find EverQuest more immersive, um, I think WoW kind of classic WoW kind of lended itself more to that kind of thing. Maybe it just felt a bit more cinematic. Maybe, I'm not sure. I find it less immersive, but maybe it just lends itself better to those kind of videos. Um, yeah, the sun's really cool. The sunset and sunrise, the lighting and effects are really good. I think they carry a lot of the weight of the feel of the game. I think definitely. We're talking about games as a service in the last stream. I guess MMO's coming to that as well, but it's I've been getting a lot of Helldivers 2 videos in my thing again, box for some reason. I watch one and then it just floods you with them, doesn't it? Whatever game it may be. And they're such a strange game. There's such a strange thing. The live service games or MMOs, or more like the mindset of the developers. It's like Like Diablo 4 was the same, and they're all the same. It's like the developers almost can't stop tinkering. Like a game comes out, everyone loves it, and they play it, and then developers release an update for it, and the player base is like, "What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, why did you make that change? What have you done this for and that for?" And these games are a constantly doing this. The developers are constantly tinkering and nerfing and buffing, and it's like, your game was brilliant. Version 1 was brilliant. Why'd you keep changing things? It's so even now it's happening with Helldivers 2, where a patch comes out and people are like, "What the hell are you doing? Why have you made these changes?" It's so weird. It's almost like they kind of, I don't know if they have to justify their development time still. And they've said that they'll be doing monthly updates or whatever it may be. So they need to find something to tinker with rather than just leaving the game alone. Just leave it alone. It's very strange. I think MMOs are like that as well. It's like developers are sitting in the background kind of thinking, what can we change? What can we do? Yeah, I played Planes of Power on TAC P, and I quite liked it. I mean, for me, like if I could only choose one server to play on, it would be P99. I think the trilogy, the original trilogy, is where it's at. Like there are certain things that I'm not really bothered about. So like you mentioned, like maps and things. I don't really care about that kind of thing. But to be honest with you. If I could add anything to P99, it would probably be something like maybe like joint bank space, so you don't have to ground transfer, that kind of thing. I don't think I would change the game particularly though, in any way. Even though for the most part, I generally find death penalties now pointless, and they don't evoke any kind of tension in me anymore. I understand that maybe some people, they still do. So, I wouldn't remove anything from the game, even things that I kind of think are pointless nowadays. But yeah, maybe I'd add a couple of those small little things, I think. Maybe I would put timers back in the buffs that they removed, that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think I would change any of the gameplay elements particularly. I think the leveling process, like time invested versus reward, is perfect. I think that by the time you get to level 50 or so, I think it feels as though you've achieved something. It's not like excruciatingly long, but the balance of feeling like you've achieved something is really good. So I wouldn't change that. Well, I wouldn't make it any quicker to level, for example. But those kind of things, I think really kind of show the difference between like a game like Classic WoW and EverQuest. I remember when the Classic WoW servers went live, people were complaining about how slow it was to level, and I was kind of like shaking my head, like, really? This is brilliant. It's funny, really, because there's only a few years between, EverQuest and WoW, but the difference in how players feel about mechanics and stuff can be really different. Yeah, I remember thinking, oh man, get yourself onto P99. That'll blow your mind. That will. Let's go and check out. I don't know if there's been any changes. I haven't been at it for a while. Let's go and check out. Actually, let's change classes just for a little while. I'm not going to stream for too much longer. let's go to my heavy roster of low-level characters and see what. I think I've got an ogre, beast, lord or something. Beastmaster, so maybe we'll log that in. Just for another half an hour or so. Yeah, I think that would be my ideal EverQuest server. It'd be P99 or like as classic as possible, but with maybe a few little odds and ends changed. I know this is like it would be absolutely like some of the other things that some of you guys have mentioned earlier. This will be like peak bad take, but I would like to two box as well, even if it was just like keeping a guy logged in so you can just buff or something. But you know, I know a lot of people will not like that. I think Monsters Memories is going to have a server where you can box and ones where you can't, and I'm kind of a bit torn really because I kind of want to box, just like a couple, you know, for times where I don't want to. Well, at times when I just want to do whatever, but I don't know. But I don't know like what the boxing server might just turn out to be like a massive boxing server where just everyone's just boxing and there's no interaction. So I'm not sure. What's the pet rename? Oh, there you go. What's that? Yeah, I think part of the issue is with the recent games that we've had is that like most of the games you're in a situation now where if you can't box or you don't box, then you're buggered basically. I was just reading a chat the other day for one of the games, and someone was talking about like item progression and stuff, and someone said, you know, like questing stuff and stuff is okay, it's pretty decent, but you're going to struggle to get any of the good stuff because there's just not enough people to group with. You know, I think that's kind of like, I think that's at that point. I think an MMO has failed really when you can't find a group. But I quite like the boxing rule where if you're at a camp and you're boxing and it's obvious that you are, and you're grouping, then if someone turns up and wants to group, I think it's reasonable to, you know, to suggest that you kind of remove that from you remove the box from the thingy. I know that kind of might lead to a situation where I don't know, maybe you don't want to group with someone. Anyone else, maybe you're quite happy with where your group is, but you know, it's like I guess you got to have like I should have sold stuff before I came out, shouldn't I? Don't know what I'll get any of that. I haven't played this character for ages, so am I even dual wielding? No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't like boxing in a traditional sense. Like, I actually think that you should have to control both characters. I mean, that's how I do it. Yeah, I mean, I'd two box, but I'd play the second character as well. Like I did a very bad job of in TAC P, for example, you know. I just think that, like, just as a at the minimum, like, just an auto follow, just to make that kind of thing less frustrating, I think would be okay. But yeah, I think that you shouldn't use one of those programs that does it all for you. But as you say, I don't know how, you know. I mean, a small team like this have probably got quite a lot of issues ahead of them with regards to play nice policy and stuff. Like, how do you manage that kind of thing? Can you know, will there always be a GM available at all times, you know, to deal with stuff, that kind of thing, you know. I guess each server would probably need one, or do you just not worry about it? Like, I guess like a lot of them do. I'm pretty sure Embers Adrift or Shroud of the Avatar or whatever don't have people available all the time, you know, to deal with that kind of thing. A GM on, I guess Discord kind of makes it a bit easier nowadays, but. Yeah, this is Sungri, so this is the other kind of next server over from the newbie one. Let's go for a little bit of an explore before we. I should have. Yeah, I'd be happy to run one on the main screen and one on the secondary screen. I think. I think that'd be it for me. I liked playing TAC P, and I kind of haven't gone back to it. But yeah, I find it difficult running 3 characters because, as I said, I don't want to use one of those programs that. So, right, for the last part of the stream, we're just going to have a little run around and explore. Maybe we can get over in the next zone, whatever that is. I spent a fair bit of time in this zone on. It's very similar, like from a mob layout and stuff, and I think it's still got that issue where it's lacking in level 5 and 6 mobs. Apart from the odd rattlesnake is in the same zone. Or level 6, yeah. So let's see if we can get a fire beetle on this character. Well, I don't have the best gear, but I'm a pet class, so. The giant spider's 1 level higher than the beetles. I guess we might die here, but we'll see. My pet's only level 4, so. Yeah, so killing yellows on a pet class is much easier. But that's fine. You know, I don't think that should be changed. This is another quality of life thing that I like to see. Like, I know it's the same on EverQuest as well, but it's just like having to spam a crappy little heal to heal yourself again is so frustrating. It's like casting create food and you get 1 food. You know, there must be a better way. Maybe a heal can just be a little heal over time or something, you know. Lots of sand still, as you can see. There's a ghoulie up here, ghoul dude. They proc root as well still, like the EverQuest ones, I think. What is he? Red. Do you guys like first person? I'm a fan of it, but we'll give it a go. More immersive, more Jeopardy, I think. Yeah, do you know what? I don't know actually. I don't know if I actually bought Fear on this character. Let's go and check it out at some point. The Beast, the Beast Lord Master, whatever it's called, needs some work. Doesn't really have many spells. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I think we've kind of worked out what that strange jump is, and there are just, apart from the rattlesnakes, there are almost no mobs, and not all of the rattlesnakes are level 6, but there, in both zones, there are almost no mobs that are level 6. It's weird how that there's just that gap there. Hmm, odd, and not a huge amount at level 5 either. Is there one of those madmen? What for a pet heal is that, Liz? Yeah, I can't. I'm sure I saw on a patch note somewhere that, or someone said that, like Beast Lords have been given like a pet heal because of how painful it is to heal their pet with weak healing at low levels. But I don't think there is. Maybe I missed it. I don't think so, mate. I mean, stats are kind of a bit different to EverQuest, I guess, in the sense that they start a lot lower. Um, I must confess, I'm not. Even though I've played a lot, I'm not 100% sure on the impact of stats on. I did do some testing with a weakened spell on a shaman, um, and I did know that I think it lowered its strength by 2 and some other stats when you cast it, and I think that definitely felt like it had an impact. But you know, it's only like I've got no maths for you, no spreadsheet. It was just a feeling, really. You know. Yeah, EverQuest on P99, I normally switch between the two depending on what I'm doing. I like travelling around in first person. Some combat's okay. Some combat I'll go out to third just so I can look around. I think this might be a zone line somewhere along here. I'm not sure. we might get ganked as soon as we zone. I don't know. We'll see. There's a high level mob waiting on the other side. Yeah, we ain't going up there. Be good when we get some different mob models in as well. Hopefully, like, you don't want these high level mobs to look like the low level scarabs. Hopefully, some skeletons. I don't think we can sneak past those dudes. Yeah, yeah, we don't have the full knowledge yet, do we, as to how it works? I'd like to see stats matter more than they do on EverQuest, particularly some of like the more martial stats. So I'd like to see like more strength, increased damage rather than just increasing your chance to do your max damage kind of thing. Yeah, like when you get to level 8 and beyond, like you got like an absolute mountain of mobs to fight. But that like level 4 to 8, it just seems really lacking. Might have to look into why there's like almost no level 6 mobs. It's weird. Like in either starter zone thing. Check it over here. One of the things I like about I guess some of the technical. Hang on, Liz. I might have the filter on still. Maybe that might be better. What I like about some of the technical change, some of the technical advancements and the bigger zones is you just get. I like the really nice vertical stuff as well. Like up here, there's something going on. Camp up here. I think you get to it through that way. That's really nice. I think we might zone in a minute. Oh, I think we're just going to zone into flats. What's it called? Can't remember. Glass flats, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they've said about like modelling and stuff, but I guess we can get individual models for all the different mobs at some point. It'd be interesting. Be better, you know, as opposed to kind of like giant scarabs everywhere and stuff. Yeah, I can a bit, mate. I think it's the other UI scale. Not sure if it'll help you much. I think the thing is that I'm playing at 4K and playing at 4K and just downscaling to 1080p for the stream. So it's probably why it looks smaller for you. Actually, is there a? This is more of just like an immersive thing for the final part of the stream. Just as there's a way of toggling the interface. There is. Yeah, maybe we should just have no UI. How's that? How's that? Look at that. Yeah, definitely from the immersion feels point of view, I think the game is pretty bang on. I'm just clicking it to see if it's aggro or not. Oh, it's indifferent. Cool. So this looks like this is a different snake skin from the other one, I think. That's pretty cool. I'm not sure if it's just for a certain class or not, but there is an animal taming trainer. I hope that there is a significantly big animal taming system in the game. I'd like to see like animals have different traits and stuff and different skills and all that kind of thing. Not sure if this, I can't imagine the salt flat here is going to do anything, but I'm not sure if it puts a dot on me or something. What is that? It'd be a great game for screenshots, I think. Or these little salt elementals. Oh, they're angry. Fair enough. Yeah, the older lighting and stuff is very, very nice. Nice fog effects, or salt effects in this case. I like the way it almost obscures your vision and then it clears. That's really cool. Yeah, that's nice. I think they toned down the sandstorms a little while ago. They were horrible. They were. But I literally had. I mean, I've never got motion sickness in a game, but I had to stop playing until it went like that repetitive effect going across the screen was, yeah, it was not nice. See if we can get up somewhere, come around the back here, and then get some views. Got some little gobbos up here. Who are these dudes? A muggrass scrapper. I wonder if as a goblin you got some better faction with those dudes. That'd be interesting. I think we were talking about it in stream the other day, where it'd be nice to have different racial factions, a different dwarf faction maybe and a goblin one that are a bit different. One of the streams that I watched, one of the Pantheon streams years ago when Brad was still involved, they were fighting in like a ice environment dungeon with like these frost dwarves or whatever they were. But at the time, I kind of found out that in Pantheon dwarves can play shaman, and I thought, oh, frost dwarf shaman, that'd be cool. Never quite worked out that way, unfortunately. But yeah, I remember thinking that's pretty cool. Sun's going down. I think when the sun goes down, we'll end the stream. We've been going for longer than normally do. Yeah, so that's one of my hopes, is an extensive animal taming. Project Gorgon again has got an excellent animal taming thing, or animal breeding thing going on. But again, you see the thing with those guys is that it was all just the animal breeding thing, incorporating genetics and stuff. It was all just too grindy again. Oh, these ogres are in diffs. Let's have a look at the models. I do like. I said the other day, I like the ogre models. It's the faces I'm not a massive fan of, but I do like the hooded cloaked ogre is pretty nice. Who have we got down here? Salt gatherers. It would be cool if, like, for people that like that kind of thing, if you can kind of like, if I don't know, like maybe you can set up like a passive merchant trading thing, you know, where you, I don't know, there are some requirements for you to set up like a salt trading thing. where you transport salt to the cities and you get like a little passive income or something. That'd be quite cool. I don't think there are any salt nodes, so I don't think that's a thing that I'm aware of anyway. This is what I like a lot about. This is what I kind of prefer as opposed to having I like the fact when you got a camp near something where the camp kind of makes sense in some way. Like the camp's not just there for no reason; it's there because of the salt flats, and you've got people gathering salt, that kind of thing. I like that kind of like environmental storytelling stuff. Let's see if we can get over here before the sun goes down. I'm trying to avoid the coyote dudes, coyotes. Because they're angry. Can't see the sunset here. It's just gone behind the mountains over there, I guess. It's one of those things. It's difficult where there's kind of like a. Is it BDO that does that kind of thing? Maybe, but like when I've talked in games previously about these random nodes spread around the world and how it would just be so much more immersive if you actually had like proper mines that you had to go to mine. Just makes a lot more sense. It'd be cool if you could have you could set up some sort of mine, some sort of ore transportation system and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. But I think those kind of things really need to be something that the average player can do. Not just for the knobs who spend all their years playing the game. I'm not sure if it's because I've got Windows HDR switched on, but the elementalist pets and the elemental pets in general, like you probably can't see it on your screen, but they pop out like a fire on my screen. It's amazing. Almost there. Let me get there before it gets too dark. Yes, as we was talking about before, I think a few of you mentioned it when you were watching. Is that I think the one thing at the moment that the game is just so good at is the environment and the immersiveness of it. Not sure who the world builders were, but I guess maybe Sean and some other dudes. But yeah, it's really good. I think a lot of it is about perspective, isn't it? Perspective and lighting, I think. We're going to run into some giants in a minute, but giant hold. Yeah, you don't see that too much, do you? It's kind of like trying to think about things to make the world more immersive, like as you say, like just a traveller's rest place somewhere in a zone, like as you say, maybe on a road or a crossroads or something where you can stop and do whatever. I suppose the thing is, to a certain extent, like it's maybe those kind of things just feel more relevant in an open world game as opposed to a game of zones. But I mean, this zone's huge, so you could have some little stop off points somewhere. Let me just turn up the gamma for you a bit so you can kind of see a little bit better. I'd happily spend a lot of time in this zone leveling up. This is kind of a really like Tolkien-esque thing. I think, like, you know, having actually it's quite a European, like British European thing as well, like where you have like a hill or a higher place where people built forts and stuff. Like the Ghost's really immersive as well. Risen peasant, bloody peasants. Let's see if we can go around. I don't think we can. Oh, so made me jump then. I thought, I thought, I thought Grur was a mob then. It's jumped at me. Yeah, cool design. I'll tell you what's not good design is having mobs that are hidden, stealthed, and jumped out on you, and then you can't run away from them. That's not fun. The game doesn't have too many of those, but you know, it's some skeletons. Yeah, so it's kind of like it's funny how it's funny how this is so different from Pantheon. So, like, as someone who's running around here, I click on a mob, it's red. Fair enough. Obviously, there's got to be some. There's got to be some. There's got to be some requirement that you work towards. But I know at some point this cool environment, like when I'm the right level, like hopefully I think I can come and fight some mobs, even if I'm on my own. You know, there's not a chevron in sight. So it's like, so the game is giving you something to look forward to and to work towards. Whereas a chevron system means you look at something and you think, well, I can only interact with that if my group composition is correct. And I just think that's a terrible way of doing it. So this sort of stuff is aspirational. You know, you look at it, aspirational game design. You know, where you look at it and you think, well, I can come here at some point and get involved with that. You know, and fight some mobs and have a good time. This is really like this zone. I've been here a bit, but not a lot. But coming here now, this zone is this is going to be a real immersive leveling spot. This zone. Looking at mobs as I'm coming across, like I'd have to see, like I like to. It'd be nice if there's a nice spread of levels as you move across the zone. You know, so you feel like you're progressing through the zone. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, you've played it anyway, so you probably know. But I know that for infravision in this game, I think it's ultravision as well. I think it's a choice. I think it's a trait choice, depending on your race. Yeah. I think I said this in a really early stream before, one of the early tests when we went to the underground caverns with the glowing mushrooms. But yeah, I mean, we've said it a few times today, haven't we? So, but I think the level design is, and the immersiveness of the zones is what it's all about at the moment. It's pretty cool. This is it's really got me thinking about like trying to create my own zone in Unity now. I might have to try and get that running tomorrow. Uh, or at least start trying to learn. That'd be really cool. It's cool that we can be so vertical now with design as well. Like from distance, you can see these torches glowing on the cliff face there. Not sure if you can see them. It's a massive zone as well. I mean, you know, I'm not sure the performance is decent. I'm not sure what it's like when there's a lot of players in it. Not sure how many players are in it at the moment. We haven't seen anyone actually. It's weird, isn't it? Like how in a test like this, where there's been so many people playing now, and like characters carried over that this massive leveling zone, and there's no one here. Like, why is there no one here? You'd have thought plenty of people would have reached this level by now. Me and some druid. Hail, druid. You are. Oh. Orcs, whatever you pronounce it. Is Ultravision disabled at the moment? Okay, mate. It's so big, the zone, as well. Like, from a performance point of view, it's crazy. I guess if you're good at Unity, then yeah, this is what you can achieve. There's some skeletons down there amongst the crystals. I don't think so, mate. No. I think what I'm going to do is I think when the closed testing is up and running again, I think I'm going to put in a concerted effort over a period of time to level a character through the levels, just to see more content and stuff, test more stuff, try more stuff out, that kind of thing. I think I kind of missed the boat. I know that there's I'm speaking to some people, and I think there's like some people in testing who have got like quite a few accounts, so it's quieter there, obviously. So you can kind of get more done if you've got more than one account to run. But I've only got the one, I think. So, but yeah, I'll just pick a class that's good at soloing, so we can make our way through the levels to experience more. I mean, I can't talk to you about it, obviously, but well, you I can, Liz, but no one else. And saying that though, like effectively the content is in the game, and people are experiencing it in open testing. So now I'm assuming, can you climb up there? Oh shit. You can actually climb. There's a little opening. Is there a little opening, or is it just there is? Yeah. That's I'm sorry, Grr. You're just gonna have to hang around. There you go, dudes. How cool is that? You can climb. I can't see any mobs. Doesn't mean there aren't any. So this would be cool as like a survival environmental thing, which I'm not quite sure that I kind of want it in the game, but it would be good if these served a purpose. Like, there could be camps, maybe there are some NPCs here where you can buy stuff from, or whatever it may be. Now, okay, no, oof, that was yeah, that is one issue with a zone this big. I kind of feel that it's harder to get away with mobs not leashing after a certain point, because like, even if you know where the zone points are, you know, you don't want to be running all the way to a zone line every time you kind of get your head. I think that is an issue. Yeah, I just think that yeah, like a big zone like this obviously opens up some other design issues that need to be thought about. But yeah, I think with this sort of size, you need to have some sort of leashing, really. Assuming you can outrun the mob, you know, it's like... Oh, I've turned that on somehow. I think it must have been F11. 120 frames a second, 4K. Everything turned up. That's pretty good, considering some of the disasters we've had with Unity with games. From a teleport from a zone this big as well, like from a from a moving to group up with someone in a place. You know, I'm not against like having like the zones maybe having like points that you can teleport to. Maybe there's like a regent cost or some kind of cost to do it. But I think, yeah, I think being in like Night Harbour and someone going looking for group and they say come over to Thingy. I'll be there. I'll be there in half an hour. I guess you can get a sow or whatever, and it'll be quicker. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be against like, for zones this big. I wouldn't be against. Uh, I wouldn't be against like some this crystal here, for example, some sort of teleportation crystal. I guess you could ask a druid or a wizard maybe if that's going to be the thing. But yeah, like maybe if there's a friendly druid or something around. This crystal looks like it's for something, doesn't it? I love the hue of some of these crystals as well, these darker ones. You probably can't see it too well on screen, but maybe I'll wait till the sun comes up again so we can see the sun. Actually, if you don't mind waiting, I don't know what the time is, but it'd be cool to see the sun come up. I think the sun went down over there, so I think the sun's going to come up over this tower. So we will... yeah, I mean, I'm blown away by this zone. It's just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. The scale of it is... I've never seen anything like it. Just the amount of content you could have in just this one zone. Like different levels, you know. Did anything happen? I've got nothing to eat. Okay, I'm starving now. Oh, I don't know actually, Liz. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Obviously got an Uber internet connection. Maybe it's because there's only me and someone else in the zone. I don't know. This crystal looks like it feels like it should be for something, doesn't it? Oh, what happened to Grr? Where's Grr? You get lost somewhere. Where are you, dude? I like this crystal. It looks like it should be for something. Maybe it's for a quest or something, or some other thing in the future. That's pretty cool. What's the time? Game time is 11 PM. Okay, so we've got a few hours yet for sunrise, but we've got plenty to explore. I could run around this zone like all day, really. I do think though, like if I actually, like, I don't have any brightening going on my screen. Yeah, gamma's just at default. That's interesting because this is actually night time, but it's a brighter zone. Maybe because it's more open and there's more moonlight. That's pretty cool. Lovely colouring in the crystals there. No, but I think. See, I think now I'm thinking about it, just like from a like mechanically, like it running through the zone has been an amazing experience. But if you want to group with someone in this dungeon and you're in Night Harbour, like I don't know, it's not a case of, and it's not really a case of making things too easy or whatever. It's just it's got to be practical as well. Like people have got to be able to get to their group in a reasonable time. Otherwise, you know, like what's the point? I love the colour hue effect on the crystals here. Slight issues, slight technical issues, but that's right. I kind of feel that a zone like this needs a way to port to it in some form. I mean, you could probably cram West Karana into this zone. I don't know. 10 times probably. Do you know what the castle's called, Liz? I don't know what it's called. It looks a bit like Looks a bit like Barad-dûr. Like if there isn't like a Sauron type mob at the top of the castle, I'm going to be disappointed. It's a balance thing though, isn't it? It's difficult, a balance between practicality and time spent. I'm not sure if it'd be interesting or not, but what I'm going to do is I think one of the no, let's just carry on going around here. I think wherever the sun comes up, it doesn't matter. We'll still get a sunrise on the tower. I'm not sure where the entrance is. It looks like it's toppled over a bit, isn't it? The tower. It's kind of sunk into the ground a bit. Definitely looks like a bit of a Lord of the Rings thing. I guess this must be. I can't click on it, but I guess it must be tier 3 or tier 3, tier 4 or something. No, I mean this is fine if you're in the zone running around exploring. Perfectly fine. But if you join a group and you want to get to the dungeon, you know, I kind of think that we need to think slightly practically. You know, we need to have. As I said, like I'm not like I know that people hate like group finder type things and you know teleporting to your group, but I don't know like what you know what does that really do? So someone doesn't have to run there. Does that really break? Doesn't break my immersion. In the sense that if someone else could do it, you know, like I'm not sure I would do it. Like I would. I mean, if I was, I mean, generally I play characters that have got some sort of movement speed thing, so maybe I would. But I'm trying to get around to what looks like the front of the tower. It doesn't. This doesn't look itemised with mobs yet. This location. So this is skeleton. Crystallised skeleton. Oh, okay. There's some skeleton. It looks like there might be a crystal wall there we need to go through to get to the. I need to be. I need to stay frosty here because we don't want to die now. Not before the sun comes up. Let's stay out of harm's way. I don't mind if I die when the sun's come up. When the sun's come up and we've had a bit of like an immersive moment. So there's a few skeletons down there. So maybe we'll run down there when the sun comes up. What this zone needs is some crystal golems made out of this stuff. That's what it needs. Needs some big hulking golem type mobs. Not elementals. I think you know you can overdo that kind of thing. Like some nice big mobs made out of crystal, big giants. My volume. What's happening, mate? You're the first to mention it. Is it my volume? The game volume is very low, but that's on purpose. Okay, what's the time? Time in game is 1 AM. Okay. We'll carry on exploring. We'll kind of circumnavigate the tower. I'm looking out for mobs because we don't want to die now. That would be absolute disaster. I like the way, I'm not sure what's happening, but almost like the crystals are burning the ground around the edge or discolouring it in some way. I wonder how... so I like the bleakness of this location. Yeah, maybe it used to be. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? If it used to be underwater, now it's not. Um, I like the bleakness of the location. So, like, I mean, it would be cool if there was some camps around here. So, varying types to come and camp and stuff. That'd be really cool. I wouldn't want loads of wandering mobs around here, though. Particularly, I think it'd just take away from the bleakness of it, the immersion. You know, as I said, maybe some crystal golems, um, that kind of thing. Yeah, but I think it would be a shame if there were just loads of wandering mobs here. I think it would kind of break the thing. It's a pretty cool though. Maybe that effect is just where they've pushed themselves out of the ground. I guess there's loads of room to. Uh, I mean, this zone could almost be like you could almost level from 10 to 50 in this zone, couldn't you? It's so big. Am I a bit quiet? I don't know why actually. Like on I thought it was too loud because on OBS it's telling me that my mic volume is going up into the yellow and red. Um, looks a bit like it reminds me of Tower of Frozen Shadow a bit actually. Yeah, so we've got some crystallized skeletons, so I'm sure we can get some big golem type things, crystal golems or whatever. I wonder if there are any technical limitations, like mob density. I wonder if you've got like a few hundred players in the zone. I wonder if they've kind of done any testing on that yet. I'm not sure. It's just me. This whole zone is just me, all to myself. Wow, that's crazy. How many people currently on the server? 221. There's no one here. Right, we don't want to go too far because I want to. Maybe the entrance is that end. I mean, obviously, if we get aggro, we're going to die. So we need to try and avoid aggro as much as we can. I'm not even sure if it's a zone yet. If you can go into the castle or whatever. I haven't come here before, so. But there are some. There's only a few skeletons wandering around, but there's Can you see that other tower in the distance there? Where the mouse is, just up there. Almost dead ahead on that cliff. I'm kind of thinking about the practicality of. I can't kind of think about. I keep using the word. I do apologise. I think about practicalities now of things. I'm kind of just thinking like as a. I think ask if I was going to have a class, if I was going to have a character that was a gatherer, specifically maybe, then I would probably have. You'd probably have to have one with Spirit of Wolf, wouldn't you? I guess you could buy potions, but if you're going to have a gathering class, a character that's just a gathering stuff, I think that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, you could do a variant of crystal mobs, couldn't you? I haven't looked up close to them yet. Maybe we'll suicide ourselves at the end of the stream, and look up close to one of the. But I think the skeletons here need to look like crystal. I think they need to have the crystal skin. Definitely, they look darker than normal ones, so maybe they have. I imagine we'll probably get one-shotted. But just before I stop the stream, I'll suicide myself, and we will. Yeah, we'll see. If it hasn't, it's got to have. I'm pretty sure though it will be. It's got to, yeah. Like this, this skin would be cool with the colours shimmering on the skeletons. Yeah, yeah. I mean, a corpse recovery now would take quite a while. I guess by this level though, by the time you get to here, you might have one or two options for corpse recovery to make it a bit easier. Well, you definitely will have, won't you? I saw skeletons walking through the crystals, so I think there's no clipping on them. Maybe on, so I don't want to just walk through the. I just want to wait for the sun to come up. Let's go to sit up here again. I honestly think that, like, I think I kind of like from discussing with people over the years and whatever it may be. I honestly think there are a few kind of non-negotiables, you know, and I think however amazing a game looks, however big zones are, however amazingly well they're designed, you know, I just think that there are some non-negotiables. I think that people will drop away from a game. I think we've seen it before. I think one of those is kind of rate of progress. I think that's a big one. You know, I think if people get to level 20, 30 and things are really, really starting to bog down, I just think that's going to be a deal breaker for a lot of people. Certainly like Embers Adrift it was. I think not having like traditional caster classes as well. I think that's kind of the big thing. But this game, obviously, it's like I guess what you would call like traditional fantasy. So it's got those. So it's not a problem. I think it would just be how things are tweaked with regards to how people feel they're making progress. I think, you know. I think it was a really big thing, you know, where myself and other people I spoke to, we got to level 15, 20, and it just became, you just had to kill too many mobs to level, you know, and so people just gave up. They didn't want to go through that process to its conclusion. It's going to take them too long, you know. I think that's going to be one of the key things. How long it takes you to progress. It's that kind of like that little kind of like dopamine hit thing, isn't it? You know, where you where you want to feel like you're being rewarded, and that just enough, you know. Which I think I've said it before, I know, in all of the games that I've covered, but I just think EverQuest just got it perfectly right. You killed a mob, and for the most part, you were kind of you were rewarded in a way that showed that you were making progress, you know. Whereas I think they kind of balanced it a bit, but in other games, like, you know, you're killing 4 or 5 mobs before you kind of get that tick of reward, you know. Yeah, well, that's the thing with these size zones, Liz, isn't it? As well, you know, like someone asks for help, and it takes you half an hour to get there, and by the time you get there, someone's already helped them. Yeah, that's going to be really annoying. Absolutely, yeah. How are we doing? What's the time? Don't know because I haven't got the UI on. Time. Oops. Tell? Got no one to tell. No one talks to me. Time. 5 a.m. Woohoo, we're nearly there. I noticed that we've kind of got, I'm not sure if they've kind of copied the Embers Adrift thing, but I noticed that it says it's, I know we were talking the other day about the night time seems to be quite long, but it does say autumn here. You know. talking about Project Gorgon, like I think there's some good ideas and some not so good ideas. And I don't know. I don't know about having the nighttime being longer. I know you get some people that go, "Oh, I love the nighttime," yeah, whatever. I mean, I like the nighttime, but I don't really see why it has to be longer. If you want to do like a season thing, like I said, like do what Asheron's Call did and have the weather change and stuff as the seasons change. I think on the spell thing, you can do like a right click. But I think I can feel the sun. I can see the sun coming up. The thing with night times is it's just one of the. I mean, as I said, like I loved running across here at night. It was a totally immersive experience, and I really like the lighting. I like seeing torches in the distance, that kind of thing. But that's what nighttime should be about. I think mostly. It's like I know that you get these, as I said, these hardcore badge wearing players who they just have to go to the extreme on everything, right? And they had this conversation Embers Adrift, but my experience playing Embers Adrift at the night time when it was really dark is that it didn't bother me, but you would go to an Ember ring at night and there were loads of people sitting around it because obviously they didn't want to deal with the night time. So you've kind of got like a chunk of your player base not playing the game at night because it's too dark. It's like a balance thing. You've got to have like a balance to it. How you doing, mate? Yeah, fine. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's I apologise to our listeners for repeating myself again, but yeah, I mean the game it just feels amazing to play. It's really amazing. The sun's going to come up, so I'm going to turn off the filter that I've got on OBS, I think, so it looks a bit better for you. Yeah, it feels really nice world to be in. The level design is great. It's just how all the other stuff comes together, I think, really, that it's nice that you can have nice draw distances as well nowadays. Like I think I've got the draw distance, if there is one, I always have it full, so yeah, it was weird. Like you had, like in Embers Adrift, you had a few players who would just insist that nighttime is how it is, just suck it up, and that's fine. But like when your player base is sitting around waiting for the nighttime to go away so they can play again, it's the other thing as well is that us classic players, we're not young anymore. I mean, my eyes are still really good, I think. I'm only like 54, but my eyes are really good. But even so, like it can be a detriment. It's funny also how like people go on about accessibility, how everything has to be accessible for everyone else, and that seems to be fine until it's like an MMO mechanic that they want, and then who cares if someone who's hard of seeing can't see? Bugger them, they can go and play something else, go and play WoW, rubbish. But actually, like running across this zone, like I didn't have, I guess because it was more open, maybe there was more moonlight stuff, dynamic lighting going on, but I didn't have to turn up the gamma at all. I could see perfectly fine, and I haven't adjusted the gamma in game either, so I think the sun might come right over the back of the interesting, Joel. We were just discussing that because I don't know how long it must. I think it took me, what did it take, 20-30 minutes to run to this point from when we zoned in. This zone is huge. But we were just kind of talking about the practicality of it because this zone is so much bigger than what you would find on P99, for example. The classic EverQuest. Even like you could fit a number of West Karanas into this zone, I think. So then we're kind of talking about the practicality of starting a group at this tower, you know, and the group getting together, assembling, you know. I mean, I wouldn't be against having some kind of druid or wizard ring or something nearby, you know, or whatever, somewhere in the zone, even if it's in the middle of the zone, just so people are not spending 30 minutes getting to their group, because that's not really practical, I don't think, for anyone. Yeah, I think the sun is going to come right up over the top, maybe. There's a nice detail on the tower here. You can see now the light's coming up. Not sure if you can notice it yet. Yeah, that, again, I'm kind of just answering what Mr. Rogers said just now, is that the one thing the game has got absolutely right at the moment is the immersion of the world. You know, how it feels when you're in it. It's really, really cool. The draw distance helps immensely, like being able to see. I like the trick of being able to see things in other zones as well in the distance. So like when you're outside a Newbie Gate in Night Harbour, you can look to the across and see like the tower on the hill, on the cliff face in the next zone over and stuff. I like that. I guess that's like a Unity trick thing, but it feels like an open world, but you've still got like a zone line. It's really interesting. So when the sun comes over the top, I'll just see if there's any way into the tower. We'll probably get one-shotted by one of those skeletons that's around. At the very least, we'll try and see if the skeletons are made out of this crystal stuff, because I think that needs to be a thing. It's only with those kind of things, isn't it? Like those kind of mechanics that people discuss and argue about, like night time. I kind of feel that yeah, I don't know if I can. Oh, I'm moving really. Why am I moving really slowly? Oh, I'm not. It's just because I'm a big fat ogre, and that's just how fast I move, I think. Actually, Joel, just watch the stream back for the last half an hour or so, like when I zone into the zone, and you'll see how big it is. It's immense. But also, it's kind of well designed. It's not very well populated over this back bit, but it's really well designed as well. There's a massive gate there. I wonder if that's the entrance. But as I said, I quite like that. Like, I wouldn't want this particular area to be just to have mobs wandering everywhere. I think it would kind of kill the immersion of the thing. I think it was lucky that the sun came up right behind the tower. That was really cool. We might die. There are some high-level skeletons running around. This is a better view for avoiding stuff potentially. It looks like there's a barrier of crystals in the way, so I don't know if it's accessible yet. Go and check it out. Yeah, this bit here is just a fraction of the zone where this tower is. Like when you log in, when you zone in, you can see the tower in the distance after a while. It took us a little while to run to it. Okay, I don't think there's an entrance here. There's a gap in the crystals, but it's not obvious. We'll try and run around the side if we can. Oh, I wish my pet wouldn't keep teleporting to me. I think we're going to die if we go down there, maybe. That looks like death rather than a zone line, I think. Let's go around this way. I'd like to see some more colour here. Like, it'd be cool if the crystals were reflecting some of their colour onto the ground. Because even though they're black, there is like some rainbow effects within the crystal. So if that was projecting onto the ground, that'd be cool. Okay, we can go down here. No skeletons. I'm a bit nervous because, as I said, my pet, there's one over there. Yeah, so it looks like a different coloured skeleton. It's not your normal, so that's good. It looks yes, it looks like it is made of this crystal stuff. That's cool. So it'd be good to have a few more camps of mobs and stuff around here that are made of this crystal stuff. Maybe there could be some lore kind of where the, I don't know, the crystal has changed the creatures and stuff that were here. Oh, how cool would it be if there was like a, like, I don't like hard locks. I don't even really like soft locks, to be honest with you. I like to be able to think that you can do stuff eventually. You know, I understand you've got to have raiding and that kind of thing, but for some reason I was just wandering around here and I was just thinking, what about if there was some crazy thing where the longer you spend around this crystal, like I don't know, you unlock something. Like maybe your character suddenly starts to turn crystal, and maybe you get some like negatives and bonuses to that. Like it'd be a permanent thing, you know. I know some people won't like that. uh, or like yeah, or like you, I don't know, you unlock something. Maybe unlock a crystal race or whatever. I don't know. It'd be cool if there was an environmental thing like that, wouldn't there? Where if you spent too much time in an area, something happened. Maybe it could be temporary. Maybe you'd crystallise temporarily, and it'd wear off, and you'd get some bonuses and negatives for it or something. There's something over here. It looks like oh, a crystal dervish. So it's like a yeah. So it is actually like outside of the Tower of Frozen Shadow. Like crystal dervish type mobs. We haven't seen an entrance yet, have we? I think we probably will die at some point, but it's fine. I've streamed longer than I was going to, so we'll go as long as we can. Which at least we try to find a way in. Hello. Oh, okay. I thought we'd moved past the first crystal barrier, but I don't think we have. I was thinking when we was talking about classes as well the other day. I was thinking about like a new race, like a race of chameleons, like a chameleon race, where yeah, they kind of they interact with the environment in some way and they get bonuses. So like if they were here, they could turn their skin to crystal and they'd get extra defense, that kind of thing. That was kind of how the abilities worked. Like they didn't get like a, you know, they didn't get like buffs, for example, but they kind of took the buffs from the environment. You know, like what was the Marvel hero? Was there a Marvel superhero that did that? Was it Rogue that took? She took it from people though, didn't she? But yeah, like a chameleon race that buffs itself from the environment. Like maybe if it's daytime, it can absorb the sun and stuff, and its skin changes in it, and it gets some bonuses that way instead of buffing and stuff. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it done. You kind of brainstorm these things though, and they sound like good ideas, but I've got no idea from an implementation point of view how it would work. Um, Either it's not available yet, or I don't know how to get into the tower, but that's all right. We've had a good fun explore. What we'll do is we'll go and just have a quick look at the zone again. The sun's really bright. Holy smokes. Oh really? I mean, I can't hear the game. That's weird, isn't it? Maybe there's something wrong with my sound. I mean, I don't have a proper soundboard thing, you know. Um, was there a hole there? Let's have a look. Yeah, I've seen a few holes, but none of them look like an obvious entrance. As I said before, I don't really like hard or soft. I don't really like hard locks. I don't like keying or that kind of thing. But you could have some interesting mechanics here, couldn't you? Where like before you, um, oh shit! I thought to myself, I'm going to get stuck. Um, like maybe you have to adapt yourself to the crystal here, or tune yourself to the crystal before you can access the dungeon, that kind of thing. Um, but just but just in a I don't know, in some sort of way that makes it fun. I don't know. I wouldn't want it to lock people out and you have to sit around for an hour tuning yourself. But yeah, I don't know, that kind of thing. Yeah, this zone's definitely had that. Like, there's a lot of experiences to be had. Okay, so yeah, I don't think then that I can access this at the moment. Maybe it's not a zone that's open though. I don't know if you know, Liz. I've got no idea if it's available. I don't want to go falling down into something unless it's an obvious entrance, because we just end up getting stuck. But ooh, it's a nice colour. But yeah, it's a yeah. This whole zone is just wonderfully designed. I need to check my sound actually then, if that's the case, because I can't actually hear the game. I can faintly hear the music, but if you can hear it above me, see on my audio mixer on um, on OBS, it's actually just showing me that there's no game audio at all. Must have something selected wrong. That would not be a surprise. It's interesting. I kind of think that zones like this kind of really makes like when I think of people on P99 who sit around asking for a port for a corpse recovery, and their corpse recovery is like 2 zones away. you know, like for this game, I reckon I reckon Spirit of Wolf potions or whatever the equivalent is, and that kind of thing are going to be a lot more in demand. Um, have a little skeleton there. It's a huge area to run around as well, like trying to get around to. I don't think I'm going around twice. We'll move out of the crater actually. I think there doesn't seem to be any obvious entrance that I can find. Maybe there could be a spell or some sort of access thing where you have to pass through the crystal. You have to cast a spell on yourself or activate something. Maybe you need to get something you activate that allows you to pass through the crystal. I'm not quite sure why you would need to do that. It's just I don't know. I guess if you could come up with a way of making it kind of fit into the world and the lore or whatever, that kind of thing. As I said, I don't like hard locks, but um, it's stuff you can play around with. It's a huge bowl we've had to run around. Like when you think of how long it's taken to run around the bowl. Um, hey mate, sure, yeah, we'll do. Yeah, we're just running around that bowl area. We started behind the tower, didn't we? And we run right around. It's taken a long time. I can't see. There seems to be like maybe the castle's not accessible yet. I don't know, but there seems to be like a platform around the edge. I'm amazed that we haven't managed to die. But I mean, there aren't a lot of mobs. To be fair, it's not like swarming with mobs like outside of Frozen Shadow. Um, the only slight thing I would say, slight criticism, and it's to do with like it does feel a little bit like the Tower of Frozen Shadow, a little bit, and so like copying the mob skins from EverQuest as well feels a bit, like maybe turn these guys into the the crystal golem type things or something. Oh, yours. Oh, okay. I was thinking to myself, like, why can people hear my game over me? Sorry, I was very slow there. Okay, well, we'll move out into the zone. So we can have a quick look at the across the zone from this angle, and then we'll. It's very bright. The sun is very bright in this zone. Holy smoke! Like OBS tones it down a bit for you guys. For me, it's really bright. Yeah, it's definitely got like a Mordorish Barad-dûr look to the old castle. So there's actually, it looks like, it does look like there's a trail or a trench that leads up to it, and that's where all the mobs are. So I wonder if the entrance is going to be straight through there. There's actually some. What's that down there? So you got kind of got this different type of material jutting out of the crystals, and it looks like this looks like the material that the castle's made out of. That's interesting. I wonder if a mighty wizard forms the castle from material in the ground. What was the film? Was it Kroll, where that castle would disappear and appear somewhere else every day? A bit like that. And there's another cool idea. You've got a big castle like this, and it just moves around the zone. I don't know why, but or maybe you have like a dungeon that moves zones, a bit like the castle in Kroll, where it moves and it appears randomly in different places. Again, I'm not quite sure why, but maybe they, yeah. I think it was Kroll, wasn't it? Where he had to get to the castle to rescue the princess before the day ended or something, or before the sun went down, because it would move. The castle would move somewhere else. Yeah, it's interesting how you got this material sticking out, the crystals that the castle's made of. I wonder if this was like a, before the crystals took over. I wonder if this was like a walkway or a platform up to the castle, and that used to be part of the structure. Maybe there was a bridge or something going across here. It's something I quite like. It's just making up my own stories with the environmental storytelling that the game gives you. Um, it's hard to believe, but this is just this part of the corner of the zone, and I'm not exaggerating, am I? Let's go and have a look. I'm sure. I want to carry on going through the crystals first. What about if the bards had a song that like resonated the crystal mobs and it did more damage to them? Oh, is that a good idea or not? I mean, it would probably only be useful here, but yeah, like bards have got like a song that they play or sing, and it vibrates the crystals and it does more damage to them or something. That might be fun, mightn't it? A bit situational, but then I think the situational stuff can be the most fun sometimes, because it can feel almost OP for that particular thing, but it's only kind of like usable there. Do you know what I mean? That might be quite fun. Or something that's a bit more locky that I probably wouldn't quite like, but maybe you need a bard or someone to enter the castle. So they sing a song that resonates a crystal and it kind of breaks the crystal and you go in. But yeah. I think bards are doing alright at the moment on their own, actually. I don't think they need any Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about was like a little while ago I was listening to the Malazan Empire books, but I got a bit fed up with them this time for some reason. Um, but yeah, like something like a Moonspawn. So you got like this floating fortress that floats around, and you can kind of get up there, and that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Like a Moonspawn. So maybe some dark elves and an Anamandarake type boss to fight. That'd be awesome. And going a step further, like maybe he kills you with his sword, and then you're left in some limbo area, and yeah. So that exploration there we've just done is just like that corner of the zone. I think if we go around here, then we'll get up into the other sections of the zone again. Yeah, so you get killed by his sword, and you get and you end up in some sort of limbo place where you need to escape from. Maybe it could be a leveling area. Maybe you could have like a maybe I always thought that they could take the death thing a bit further in like remember in like Ultra Online or WoW where you die and you run around as a corpse. Like if that could be part of a process as well, like you die and you level up. Like maybe there's a spirit world that's kind of on top of the thingy world that you exist in, and you can fight there as well and level up your dead side for some reason. I don't know, I'm just brainstorming now. Yeah, so there's another castle up there. So this is the zone for those of you who are asking. Like that was just a small part of the zone. And this is the rest of the zone. And it carries on over here as well. I need to stop and have a dinner soon. We'll run over here. And let's see what else we've got. Absolutely huge. And I like the fact that it's a balancing thing again. But as I said, I like the fact that there's not a billion mobs wandering everywhere. But I think it could do with some really nice camps for people to camp. Just more things to kill. As I said, like this zone could be a leveling zone from 1 to 50. This could be a game, this zone. It's so huge. It's almost open world, really. There were some like big goblin camps back there. One of the things that sounded like a good idea on paper that I didn't like in Project Gorgon, and I didn't like them in Pantheon either, is these like environmental debuffs and things that eventually kill you. That just sucks the fun out of stuff. Like there were some really cool like wintry zones in Project Gorgon, and the game does give you tools to overcome it to a certain extent, but it did make the game less fun for me. I didn't like to have to, you know. So there's another tower up there, and we've got some more. Those I don't know if you saw them. Look back on the video, but in the cliffs back there, there's some ropes you can climb up to some little caves. That's got some interesting role playing. I hope some of those are a bit more of a role playing thing rather than just having mobs, or maybe eventually there might be entrances into a dungeon or something into the cliff face. But it'd be interesting if there were little camps out there where you can stop. Log it out. Don't know about anyone else, but I actually often quite like to log out in a place, you know, like a campfire or an inn or something, because it just feels more immersive. Often I kind of think that now, like modern RPGs, they kind of lose a lot of the role playing aspect. But I guess to a certain extent, you kind of have to make that role playing process up yourself, don't you? Really. Oh, there's a skeleton. Are these the same sort of dudes? A bone fiend. No, still red, still angry. So we will try and avoid it. Oh, look at that. I like that. I like the skin on that beetle there. Looks like it should be in the underground zone. Nice. Definitely wouldn't have evolved like that in a desert, though. I don't think. Just thinking about it slightly, you know. Yeah, it's I just didn't find it a fun. The problem was you couldn't negate it completely. So any time I travelled to one of those cold zones, I just found it annoying. It didn't really add anything to the experience particularly. Like maybe if there was a level where eventually you could just not worry about it. I mean, the game gave you campfires as well, but you know, I think it was one of those ideas where you implement it, but then you have to keep coming up with way you have to come up with too many ways for players to circumvent it, and I think that kind of is where it means that's kind of where I think an idea becomes a bad idea when you have to come up with so many ways for a player to kind of overcome the issue. I think there's kind of like a limit in that regard. Yeah, there's you have to acclimatize yourself to you have to kind of get items and potions and stuff to acclimatize yourself to certain areas. Um, I'm even more amazed at how big this zone is. It's even bigger than I thought it was. I mean, we literally must have been running around for an hour now, I think. It's huge. It's got another whole section over here as well. There's some like animal bones and a pyramid there. Is that a wizard port? I don't know. I can see myself having some real absolute love hate meltdowns with this game in the future because this is just so good, but then it's just like please get the mechanics right. Please get the mechanics right. Don't put people off the game who haven't got 10 hours a day to spend playing it. You know, just. But this is so good. This design, this level design, so good. I think with newbie design, it's a tricky thing, isn't it? Really, you know, it's like you kind of get the extremes, don't you? Of like people who say, I don't want my hand to be held at all." But I kind of think that I don't kind of think that some players actually mean that. I think they just want it to be so obtuse and whatever that it puts other people off. You know, again, it's like a flag, like a badge wearing thing. I think there are degrees of newbiness to guide someone into a game. I don't mind having to hail an NPC and talk to them and stuff. Um, and maybe like like mud, kind of like text triggers. Yeah, I think I had gear, and I think I purposely leveled up fire mage a little bit because I think fire and ice mage as well. But you still can't forget about it. You know, it's always there. I understand some people like that type of extreme, but yeah, yeah. I mean, this does have them. You have to right click. You have to hold right click to get them up. But yeah, this gives you a lot more information than EverQuest does. I think. I think. I mean, I've said it a couple of times, but I think over like my own experiences and experiences of listening to you guys over the number of years now doing covering these games is that people have a tolerance level for certain things, and if you break that tolerance level, then you just find your game, no one's playing it essentially. Um, and I think the tolerance level for certain things is in or around the ballpark of classic EverQuest. You know, you don't need to copy it like one for one, but for many systems and for how long things take, whether it's right or wrong, you know, I think EverQuest, classic EverQuest, has become the barometer that people judge things by. And I think if you fall outside of that, which is what I think the mistake that one of the number of mistakes, but one of the bigger mistakes that the current indie MMOs have made, I think it's that. I think if you fall outside of so there was an extremely big dragon here. I like the way they got the skeleton, the tail. That would be the tail, wouldn't it? Would its tail be structured that way though, as a skeleton? It would be more like sinew and maybe, I don't know actually. I like we can go right through it though. That's pretty cool. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. Honestly, like I don't disagree with you. You know, it's where you know there's some people that just think you should find out everything on your own without any real guidance, and I'm not sure I agree with that. I think there's kind of like a balance. I kind of think that if you're someone who sits in OOC and just goes, how do you do this, how do you do that, then just go and play something else. You know, it's like I think there should be some experimentation, but I think the game should, in a gamified way, you know, kind of show you how to play it in a basic form. I think. I think the other thing as well is that obviously there's probably a lot of I guess what you would call developers just to, I mean, like I for example automatically just held my right mouse button down on the spell and I kind of knew what would happen. So there's a lot of assumptions as well, I guess, or some assumptions, you know, like they're assuming that players are just familiar with that system. Yeah, but there's some players that won't be, particularly if you're new to. I think we're back round to maybe the giant fort, aren't we? Is this the giant fort that we had? I mean, I'm not sure if that's another zone line, but it goes way up there in the distance. There's another bit around there. Should we run through the giant fort if it is and just suicide ourselves for the end of the video so we can maybe we'll I'm assuming the giants are very angry. Yes they are, yeah. Very angry and very red. The sun's going down anyway, so you know we'll YOLO the place up here. Kind of thought this guy's got kind of like some sort of turbany head type, turbany hat type thing on his head. I thought he might be a spellcaster for some reason. Because I think the giants in Velius kind of, the spellcasters have got some sort of like, yeah, there's a lot is based on assumption. You just assume that this is how it is. I actually think it's okay for a game to introduce like the game mechanics, like you know, like telling you exactly where to go to do a quest and stuff. Like you know, I don't think it should do that, but certainly like the mechanical. I mean, there is a manual for it actually. I think there's like an old school manual, so maybe we need to go back to reading manuals. You know, it's really hard to create a game. It's really hard to create a tutorial in a game. I think that is part of the game. And it kind of guides you through the first steps. There's a very, very dark... A Death's Head Scavenger. Oh, he's actually not aggro, though. Look at this. This is just another part of the zone here. Massive undead thing. Massive undead thing. Thingy-majig. I don't even think we can YOLO it, really, because I just think we'll just get one-shotted, probably. I don't think I can sneak in. It's all still work in progress though. Like as I said earlier on in the stream, there's a few of the newbie class quests that are maybe just slightly too obscure um, with the wording. But yeah, but it's all stuff that's going to be, you know, it's going to get passes on and stuff, I would assume. And yeah. I mean, maybe it could be something you can turn off. Yeah, a lot of games kind of do a thing where they'll pop up with a tip or a tutorial, and then you can decide to just turn it off or be notified of other ones, can't you? I guess is the. Let me just give you. I keep saying I'm gonna. I do need to stop actually streaming, but we'll just go around here. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but I also hope that like groups of mobs are relatively similar level. You know, so you or a group could just come and camp here, and you know, you're not picking out one or two mobs, and there's nothing else to fight. Some little tents up here. Where was it? So the tower, I guess, is on the other side there. Oh, it's not tents. That's a rock formation. It's interesting though, because it's different. Oh, it's a ruin of some description. Maybe it was a tower that used to be on a cliff and it's fallen off. It's making up my own lore. Yeah, it's definitely. I've spoken about it before, but it's definitely a balance between easing players into your game, particularly if they're new players, and just outright just putting them off. You know, and as I said, the issue is that there is a minority of players, but unfortunately they're generally the most vocal minority who want the game to be like that. You know, like they'll say to you, "Well, if you want that, go and play WoW." You know, and those kind of stupid comments. And so, from a developer point of view, I don't know. I mean, I've always said that I would, if I was making a game, I would never design around the 1% minority who shout the loudest. But it's tricky, you know. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's a balancing act. Like you don't want to scare off new players, particularly if you're new to the genre. Um, oh, there's the tower. Well, we can't go up the tower, unfortunately. Like we will just die. There's tons of undead dudes around. A little giant here overlooking the. I'm not sure what he's doing. Could be doing a bit of fishing, maybe. And there's only a couple of giants around, surrounding this undead area. I wonder what that is. This is a cool location as well. These like ruins of these undead just hang. A risen reveller. A decaying drunk. Ah. So let's make up a story. What was going on here? Do you think there was a big party going on and some giants turned up and squashed everyone? And now all the revelers at the party have now come back to the undead. Maybe an evil necromancer killed them all. And then reanimated them. There was some soldiers, there's a reservist, and there are some party goers. So, yeah. Oh, hello. Can I squeeze through there? Yep. No, not quite. What's stuck? I'm stuck. Am I stuck? I think I'm stuck. Okay, we're out of line of sight. Let me see what duck is. If I had the UI on, it'd probably help, wouldn't it? Keybinds. Duck. Crouch. X. Holy smokes. He moves very slow crouching. We did squeeze through though. Ha ha! How do you feel now? Going in. I still can't really YOLO it because we'll still get there's too many. We will get one-shotted. Oh well. We can't even really sneak up around the cliffside, can we? Can we get up here? Wait. Oh, we can. Oh man, we're sneaking. Come on. Those big legs. Keep those big legs moving. There are some skeletons up here. We might, I guess we might I'm actually saying all sorts of strange words to my party that I'm not in. Now we're not going to be able to scale that, are we? I don't think. What about? Let's test out the line of sight. We'll try and get as close as we can to this mob that's got its back to us. See if it aggroes or not. Don't think so. Ooh. Where now? Holy shit. Ooh. This is pretty butt clenching. I don't even know where we're going. Oh, there's a castle up there. A wailing what? A wailing wench. That's not what you want, is it? I'd rename that mob to Karen myself. There's like a glowing entrance up there. Oh, I like that bridge bit. Can we get over there? Oh, there's this game's version of Weathertop there. It's got some stairs going up, which I think you've got to climb. That'd be a bugger. Mobs attacking you as you poke your head over the top. Are you going to slide down here? Oh man, look at this. We made it. That's as far as we're going to go. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh. Oh, there's a dude, look. A Dread Knight. Okay, well, we aggroed stuff. So I guess that's just how it goes. We can't get past them. Oh, the Dread Knight's aggroed as well. Holy smoke. No, you're cheating. Come up here. That's cheating. Bloody hell. Ah, no, I can't get past them. What, can I sneak around here? I kind of can. But can they sneak around here as well? Oh, shit, they can. They can just hit me through the wall, I think. Oh. Well, that was pretty cool. It's like look at that castle entrance there. Or entrance into the dungeon. We saw this Dread Knight dude as well. Look at him. He's hardcore. Anyway, guys, that's it. Hope you enjoyed it. Exploring is definitely one of the best things about MMOs. Particularly big ones with big zones. That was pretty cool. Anyway, thanks for watching. I should put something at the start of this stream. Just watch the last hour, because it's probably by far the best part. But I'm not doing that. So, yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll speak. I might stream again a bit in the morning, because I'm home alone till tomorrow at some point, I think. So, yeah, thanks for watching. See you later.